का मौका मिल रहा है। निश्चित तौर पे आप इस अवार्ड के काबिल हैं, हकदार हैं और आप जितना उम्दा और बेहतरीन काम कर रहे हैं, उसे देखकर ऐसा लगता है कि आने वाले समय में कॉर्पोरेट कम्युनिकेशन या पीआर की जो बागडोर है, वो बिल्कुल सही हाथों में है। आप जिस तरह से डिजिटल रेवोल्यूशन के बाद आई चुनौतियों से लड़ रहे हैं, खुद को तैयार कर रहे हैं, वो देखना निश्चित तौर पे बहुत ही इंस्पायरिंग रहा मेरे लिए एक जूरी मेंबर के तौर पे। और मैंने ये भी महसूस किया कि अगर एक्सचेंज फॉर मीडिया जैसा प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं होता तो कितने सारे काबिल लोगों को कोई मंच नहीं मिल पाता जहां वो बता सकते थे, जहां अपनी कहानी सुना सकते थे, जाहिर कर सकते थे कि वो क्या कुछ नया कर रहे हैं। तो ओवरऑल अगर मैं अपना एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करूं तो मुझे बहुत ही मजा आया, बहुत कुछ सीखने समझने को मिला। और मैं ये देखकर मुझे खुशी हुई कि जो नई पीढ़ी है, जो यंग जनरेशन है, वो कहीं ज्यादा इनोवेटिव है, कहीं ज्यादा उसके अंदर लड़ने की क्षमता है और नेतृत्व करने की क्षमता है।
Exchange for Media thanks the jury and congratulates all the winners.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can I please request everyone to kindly settle down? Kindly put your mobile phones on silent or vibrate only mode. Namaskar, Sat Shri Akal, Adab. A very, very good morning, everybody. My name is Sahib Jeet Kaur, and for this fine day, I will be host. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the fourth edition of Exchange for Media, PR and Corp Comm presents 40 Under 40 Summit and Awards. E for MPR and Corp Comm 40 Under 40 will deliberate on the next generation of PR and the digital communication. Throughout the day, we have a series of keynote and panel discussions on importance of the digital, advertising and marketing in PR. We'll be looking into the importance of PR in regional market, the next generation of PR professionals, and skill development in the way forward in the communication industry. With the same, ladies and gentlemen, no event is possible without the support of the partners. We'd like to thank our partners for their unconditional support. Our presenting partner, AdFactors PR Knowledge-Driven Communication, are powered by Hill and Knowlton Strategies, Kaizen, Candor Communication, and our gold partners, Concept BIU, ATDB, and Godrej. If I may request everybody's undivided attention towards this big, beautiful screen, I would love to share the partners AV with you all.
BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a six-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets, including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital Communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions, and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
Exchange for media.
In the world of business, when you think BW Business World, spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books. BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space, enjoying over
Thank you very much. We would love to begin our day. My sincerest apologies. And also on the brighter side, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pretty sure that everybody's aware of the importance of social media these days. And in case you're planning to post any of the pictures or videos related to this event across any of your social media platforms, please do not forget to use the hashtag #E4MPR.
Curated and launched some of the names synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain, with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers, who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news, but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH, and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events, and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach, and are the destination of choice for agency, brand, and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
We believe that every corporation and brand has a public, and today's public is more powerful than ever before. They have the power to topple CEOs, reshape strategy, influence government policy, kill products, and create unicorns. They demand truth, transparency, and the highest behavioral standards. We are embracing change, constantly innovating the way our clients and the public communicate.
Well, thank you very much. Quickly getting back Ladies and gentlemen, please do not forget to use the hashtag E for MPR40 under 40, E for MPR and Corp Comm, and hashtag PR40 under 40 Summit. And with the same, let's kickstart this beautiful, bright, sunny day. Well, as bright as the smile on each and every one of your faces. We aspire to start the day with knowledge sharing, key learnings, and words of wisdom. And nobody other than our first person to come up onto the stage is better suited for this. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media. Can we have a round of applause for the gentleman, everybody? Wonderful. Thank you.
Morning. It's a budget day. I am also focused on the budget coverage on Business World, so that's what I'm checking on my phone. And I was watching the FM's speech on businessworld.in. Welcome to the 4th edition of the Exchange for Media PR and Corp Comm 40 under 40. These are young leaders. And you know, when I was preparing for my session today, I said, what will I talk to all of you? First of all, you must have seen in the last 5 days, the leading group from India, they had a PR crisis. They got a research report on them, and their shares slid. And again, then there was too much coverage, rightly so, it's a large company, of what happened, and a lot of commentary around it. And I was thinking, could have that group handled that event a little better? And I have my 3 top suggestions on that. And that illustrates the role of PR. My first point is that, you know, leaders, entrepreneurs, founders, CEOs should have surround themselves with people who tell them the truth, not necessarily tell them what is the bosses want to hear. Because at the end of the day, everyone's survival and their thriving depends on it. And the link point with it is that the PR and Corp Comm leader should have a role at the board. Because if a communication can get the stock to be down by $45 billion, by $45 billion, then the role of media and hence the role of corporate communication should be right at the boardroom. So I think, I'm sure, and also the right person, the right communication person in the boardroom can add value, and the wrong communication person in the boardroom can subtract value. That's true for every role. But really the point I'm trying to make is that PR and Corp Comm has to have a role at the board of governors level, you know, board of directors level, at, you know, at a very strategic level and not just at a tactical level. I think it needs to change. It should have changed. Like lawyers have a big role in companies. CFOs are big roles. The CFO and the lawyer are very important because compliances have become important. So the role of the head of Corp Comm has become even more important in the last 7 days of what has happened with Adani Enterprises. Should be an eye-opener. Second, I was thinking, it's very easy to give advice to someone, how to lose weight, how to grow hair, how to run your company better, all kinds, you know, how to bring your children better. So I am a doer. I do believe in advice, and I believe good advice is very valuable. Right advice is very valuable. But it's very easy to look back in the rear view mirror and say, oh, this person should have done that, that person should have done that. But there are 3. So first is PR and Corp Comm people having a role at the apex decision making, and they being very honest and showing mirror to the promoter. That's very important. And the promoters are smart. It's not that CEOs, promoters, they know, even if they may not agree, they will think about it. And over a period of time, they want to be successful. So they will implement. They, you know. Second point is what have we learned from this? One, who you field when there is a crisis. How, you know, I read this cover, and trust me, I do read magazine beyond my magazine. So I read the Time magazine cover. It's called The Power of Speaking Less. Zip, a beautiful cover. It's a turquoise blue cover. In India, they changed the cover. They had a cover on environment, India's ESG's push. And I read the piece, and since last 10 days, I try to speak lesser. Trust me. So also, is the person you're feeling, is he or she over communicating? I think we get bombarding with WhatsApp, this. So over communication can be counterproductive, especially when you're dealing with such a sensitive thing that happened in the last 1 week, right? And Heidenberg is a short seller, they short sell. So they have had a very successful track record till now. Everyone they've gone after, they've been proven right. At least they damaged the company, right? The stock price has been pulled down. So one is, who are you fielding? Is the person that you're fielding believable, credible? Is the person saying the right things? Is the person believable? The CFOs and lawyers are too used to everyone listening to them. They're signing the checks, especially in listed companies. Lawyers have a disproportionate advice. In India, still less, but in the US, UK, no big decision can happen without the lawyer's advice. So who you're fielding to the media is also important. Should the promoter have himself come? I don't know. In life, there's nothing right, wrong. I mean, there's some absolute black and whites. But in these things, I don't know. Maybe the promoter should have gone himself. But some people in his office would have told him, "Nahi sir, aapko nahi aana chahiye." To choti si cheez hum handle kar lenge. $45 billion wiped out, choti si cheez hai. And the entire credibility at stake, choti si cheez hai. I don't know. So, I mean, I don't know the answers. And I'm not a theory person. Taking decisions, I take decisions very fast, mostly. Third point within this is, the first point was, the Corp Comm leaders having a seat at the head, at the boardroom level. Second is, what can you do in the crisis in the 3 lessons? One is, the person you're fielding should be speaking right and should be believable. Second, should the promoter go himself? Maybe yes, in my view. You can come and do 2 scripted interviews, I'll say it as it is. This was a time to show your real mettle. That's what I believe, right? It was significant. Third point is, it's a larger point. Is how do you choose your media engagements? When do you come out? When do you speak? Of course, there are leaders who write their annual letters. Mr. Kumar Banglam Birla wrote one, we featured it. I think today, especially if you're a listed company, again, speaking just right is enough. What is less, what is more is always subjective. But I think you have to create multiple spokespersons, because the touch points and the number of occasions that you may have to represent yourself has grown. Events will happen which may be outside your control, right? So I think creating more faces that are credible, spokesperson, I think the bench strength of faces of people who are credible and who also have gravitas when they speak, and believability is very important. Last year in Exchanging for Media, we started ranking the spokespersons of political parties. We came up just before INBA, we came out with spokesperson. It's not what you say, is it believable for the spokesperson? Some of them are pure entertainment, right? So some of the spokespersons scored well because they're a little more believable, a little more authentic. And my last point, no business, digital and technology has made an impact like in the media business. It's made impact in every business. We are speaking for 55 days after ChatGPT version 3 was launched. And again, I have a viewpoint that ChatGPT will not replace human. It may replace some jobs. And about 25 days back, a writer reached out to me. She helped my daughter on her book and said some of her friends have lost content jobs. Can you help them place? This is about 25 days back. So yes, some jobs will go, but ChatGPT is based on machine learning on past data, past behavior. So it cannot, by definition, create something new. So if you have to do a new painting, it can create a painting like it was created in the past. But if you have to do an entirely different way of presenting something, writing something, it cannot. So the human ingenuity will always be in play. Our too much reliance on technology is good, but it's not so good. So I think the touch points have increased, technology touch points have increased, but the role of physical touch, maybe there should have been a press conference. Just fielding your spokesperson, your CFO on a Monday morning on 2 channels wasn't good enough. Because the retail investors are 8%, and they're not necessarily only watching those channels. So I'm using the last week issue because it was a very important issue from a communication standpoint. Now, one question you could always say that what has happened is bigger than communication. Is there a larger question about whatever was raised? Again, I keep saying coincidences are not so coincidental. And I wrote a piece 14 months back about how foreign media covers India, even in UPA 1, UPA 2, and especially the last 9 years. So there is a BBC documentary. There is at the end of the day, no one company is representative of the whole country in a good or a bad way. But the fact is, I want to give you one positive thing about Adani, is that a large part of India's GDP comes through ports. Everything comes, and there are government operators of ports. But almost 20% of GDP of India comes through Adani ports. And it is difficult to build infrastructure very fast. So they may be wanting to be India's largest infrastructure company, which they may become. But the fact is they're significant. So all this happened in 1 week. You can always think maybe there is a larger scheme around it. I don't know. I've never believed in conspiracy theories. But a friend of mine's father says, I've written it in the past, कि इत्तफाक भी इतने इत्तफाकन नहीं होते. Coincidences are also not so coincidental. So I don't know, but the larger point is the role of corporate communication is becoming bigger and bigger. It should have a role at the epic decision making. They should be consulted and be part of every decision that is strategic. Of course, tactically they're involved. Second, in crisis field, the main man, if it is a crisis of this, Second is field people who are more believable, who talk just right. When they talk, people listen. Third, create more spokesperson than one. And the last larger point is just doing 2 appearances on 2 leading business news channels is good, but is it good enough? Maybe. So these are questions. No, again, in life, there's no right, wrong. It is very situational. It is very contextual. And there must be thinking which we may not know behind what happened, why those decisions were taken. And I want to end by contrasting traditionally India's largest business house, transition in the way they do their media. And I don't have to tell you traditionally, in the last 2+ decades, which was the largest business house in the country. Its name starts with R. The promoter now name starts with M. So, I think over the last 1 decade, I've watched the kind of people they've employed. They've employed people. Traditionally, they would extend patronage to every media person. Then they've become very selective and very strategic. And they've changed the way they engage with media. I think there's something there to learn. And also, when large business houses will own media, when media will get an opportunity to report factual things which may be not necessarily positive, the media will do that. So is it a good idea for large business houses to buy media companies? Not sure. Time will tell, I'm not Nostradamus or an astrologer. But these are questions in a gathering of Corp Comm and communication leaders. I just wanted to raise these. I wish you luck. As I shared, this is the 4th year. We expect a full house in the second half. We have 95% of the winners coming, as Karan shared. We started the PR Corp Comm domain on the site more than 17 years back. And we started the PR and Corp Comm Awards 14 years back. This year will be the 15th year. So we believe that PR and Corp Comm people have an important role. I mostly respond to every junior most person. May not call back, but I text back always because I think they have a role to play. I answer mails. These are a little lesser because then, continuous engagement. So I've purposely toned it down. But I think I tell my senior editorial colleagues in both the companies that PR people are an important part of what we do. You must communicate. And even if you don't want to do an interview, tell them you're not. Don't lead them on. Don't keep it vague. Tell them we can't do an interview now. Whenever there is relevance, we'll do. But don't keep them hanging. They'll keep calling you. You'll waste your time and their time. So the point I'm trying to make is I've always believed that PR and Corpcom are gatekeepers in some cases of the leaders that we want to feature. And we must engage with them in a deep manner, only not when we need them, but throughout the year. And a lot of PR Corpcom people ask for meetings for their clients on a relationship basis. And depending on who should meet, we do engage. Sometimes the promoter who's large, I'll meet. Otherwise, Mr. Jha or Noor, and depending on if it's an healthcare person, Jyotsna, so on and so forth. So really, the point I'm trying to make is that we at Exchange for Media always believe this is a very important stakeholder ecosystem for us. It's reflected in what we do in this space. We also bring out PR Commune, which we launched last year. Hopefully this year it will become bigger and bigger. With this, I wish you luck, and I hope you continue to read magazines. And we are not just in the magazine business. In Exchange for Media, we are not in the business of events or magazine, which is impact and pitch, or online. We're in the business of building communities. So we built India's largest marketing, advertising, media, communication community over the last 21 plus years in E4M. Within that, we built sub-community, and we'll go even deeper in them. Similarly, in business world, we are a B2C brand, and we are profitable now. We'll grow. And I lost all my hair in the last 9 years trying to make business world profitable. It took a lot of investment, but in the last 20 months, we've been profitable. Our best time is ahead of us. We're in the business of brand and content. We're in the business of audiences and reach. Format and magazines are being picked up from stands. You'll be surprised. Watch next 6 months. And I'm not just talking about ours. I still buy a Time magazine, almost $500. Economist, almost $500. I like to read the physical magazine. It's good for my eyes. Plus, on digital, 2.5 minutes spent on a site is significant time. I spend like every evening before I sleep 30 to 40 minutes reading a magazine, right? On a Sunday, much more, right? The habit of reading is not going out of, and print has its credibility. One surrogate is books, the number of books being sold, the number of authors writing books. So clearly print is not going anywhere. And I must tell you, the biggest corporate leaders that I engage with, they'll do an interview and then ask, because the online goes immediately, oh, when is it coming in the print issue? It's always a question I'm asked. So clearly, don't write off print. I've been hearing about print for the last 7-8 years. I've been hearing about radio for 15 years, newspapers for another 10 years. I mean, if newsprint price hadn't gone up by the way it has gone up, it was $700 a ton. It is almost $1,400, $1,200 to, I'm talking paper. Newspapers would have been actually very profitable because the revenues have gone up, and some of the newspapers, most of the newspapers in COVID brought down their costs of people, right? So I just want to say that we'll continue to engage with you in a meaningful and a deep way. We wish you luck. And the leaders we celebrate today are through a jury process. I get to know I don't even have the list. I'm not asked, but I know one or two names because, one or two ex-colleagues and, Karan checked with me only in that context. I know the names. And I must tell you, we don't sell our awards. I met someone exactly 2 weeks back in my office, Business World office. He's a guy who worked for a media company, now his own company. I won't name the company, I want all media companies to do well. Life is about abundance. While we compete with each other, it's okay. But life is about abundance. I won't take, but we don't sell our awards. And he told me, उनका बैंगलोर में इवेंट हो रहा है, सारे 40 के 40 जो जीते मैं लाया हूँ, इतने पैसे दिए. So I was sitting with two of my very senior sales guys, and I was very quiet listening to him, making notes. And after he left, I asked Soumyaji, sitting in the, so Soumyaji, do you think what I'm thinking? So he was almost accurate. He said two things. He said, one, you're thinking, why are we not getting? Second is, we are missing out on so much money. He said, you're bang on, but we can't do this. It's not that we don't like money. It's not that money is not needed, but I think it'll be a little old-fashioned. If we believe in someone, we'll have them in the list, but not a quid pro quo. There are lots of things we do for revenue and we'll continue to do them. And we're not apologetic about it. And we do our awards with a jury process, with honesty, with no quid pro quo. And we are very front foot about it, that we do awards, because everyone says all politicians are bad, all media people are like this, all PR people are like this, all, you can't paint everyone with a broad brush. Every organization is unique, every person is unique. So I just want to end by sharing a story. Last year we had the BAW CFO World, and one of the winners came on the stage and he had a 2-minute speech, but he went on for 10, 12 minutes. And he cried in the speech. He said, when I got the first BW CFO 40 under 40, it helped me. He gave us too much credit to us. I believe in destiny. Everything is destined. I'm a Hindu, Prarabdha. I believe in that. So he gave us too much credit. But the fact is, it played a role, some role. At least it gave him confidence, not anything. So when the list is unveiled today, I know one name because she used to work with me for 7 years. And I was joking with her on the mail that because I wanted to meet you and you don't meet me, that's why we have given you the award. But that's clearly not the case. Except that I don't even know who the 39 winners are. That's how we do it in all our awards. And, Ankit is there from E4M. He runs the D2C awards, and I gave him feedback. And last week I was here at the Pride of India Awards. Again, I gave him feedback. So we try and improve everything we do from a process orientation. And mostly all awards are still subjective because the jury members are also human. So awards is not a perfect process. Ours is an honest process, but it's close to perfect. It cannot be, because human beings are also taking qualitative, who's right, who's not right. And in 5 minutes, what can you decide? So it's a very close to perfect process, but it's not no awards in the world is perfect. It's qualitative judgment. Humans are humans. They have their biases for people, against people. They have to decide in 5 minutes. But the process is honest. And we do a lot of preparation of the jury before they actually come into the jury movement. So I'll leave it at that. Wish you luck as we celebrate the Corp Comm and PR community. I think it is celebrated much lesser than it should be. That's what I feel. And I hope today's initiative will help you in your journey in some bit. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Batra. We live in an ever-changing world, always evolving. There's so much going on around us. We are always being bombarded with some new technological advancement. Some or the other thing is always changing. And in aspect of that, on the other note, this gets us to the theme of our conference, the era of millennials in PR. Seems like the millennial seems to know everything about everything these days. Quickly beginning with our first session for the day, which is a keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Navneet Anand, founder and director, Grey Matters Communications and Consulting.
Thank you. A very warm good morning to all of you. And I'm deeply humbled and honored to be here. Thank you, Karan Bhatia ji, for giving me this really privileged opportunity to come and share some thoughts and ideas about what I feel PR is about. My association with Exchange for Media, E4M, goes back many years when Dr. Batra had more hair. We will not remember. But sir, I used to go as a faculty at FMCC. I used to work in the Times of India. So Sajal, I'm sure he's going to join us later. I was a lowly paid reporter in the Times of India, and I needed to add on some money and also use my whatever little academic I had gained by doing my PhD. So, and it's always been a matter of pride, the way Exchange for Media, E4M, has grown over the years. And last year, when we received this very prestigious award for public affairs, I think I started to actively engage in the activities of this great organization, which has really built many communities for the marketing and industry, communication industry. And as I said, I'm deeply humbled. So what I'm going to do after a very enlightening note by Dr. Batra is to talk about some of my own experiences, I must confess, and as I heard that Dr. Batra is going to be speaking before me, I had a performance anxiety, and I asked my colleagues to help me with a Google on what makes for a boring speech. And, I come from training in JNU, so I might have an academic bias also, so one of the things that I found that you don't go prepared, or you come and give a lot of gyan, which is very common these days. So I thought of not doing too much of gyan and instead talk from my own humble experience. I have had the privilege of working with 3 leading newspapers, the Times of India, Express and Pioneer, then Reliance Industries, and then I founded Grey Matters in 2010. So, combining these experiences and, trying to share some of these, I think that is what I'm going to do to not make it sound boring. Now, let me begin with a question. How many of you did economics? How many of you did economics? Can anyone recognize this gentleman? Anyone? Close, sir, but no. Okay, he's a gentleman called Adam Smith, who wrote The Wealth of Nations. I would also not have recognized, because they all looked the same during those times. And he talked about what is it that creates the wealth of nations. One of my very old friends, colleague, somebody whom I had the privilege of nurturing as a child. He is going to be one of the speakers. Anand is sitting here. And so what is wealth of nations? And I borrowed from this. Why I refer to, of course, I have 3 very bright colleagues, Madhu, Naina, and Pooja. And of course, I can see Anand, whom I had the privilege of working with, very closely with. Now, the intellectual capital is the new wealth of organizations. In the PR industry, there are many who look down upon our industry as something which is frivolous. We do come across many people questioning the integrity, the methodology, the ideas, the campaigns. They think we only go to journalists, pay some money, and then come back and have, make merry with our partners. I like to call them partners, not clients. That's not true. I think, as I will try and display through some of the examples, that it requires a lot of intellectual capital. And that is where I think it's very important to understand that you are each. I was hoping to have a audience comprising of millennials. I'm sure they are going to join later. But so Thomas A. Stewart wrote that book. Before him, this gentleman called Carl Eric, he created a theory of knowledge capital in which he spoke about customer capital, structural capital, human capital. Why I'm referring this, that each one of you, each one of us have to realize and understand that we are the human capital. It is our capital. It is our competence, our knowledge, our pride, our ideation is what is going to make the organizations grow. Now, sorry, I promised in the beginning that I'm not going to do Gyan. I'm sorry, I deviated a bit. So, I'll be back to storytelling. I'm going to tell very quickly, not bore you, with 4 or 5 stories and ideas that we have had the privilege of doing and conducting. Now, because I know I'm talking to an enlightened audience, well-read, well-bred, well-dressed, so I think Gyanbaji ki zyada zarurat nahi hai. But if I am able to kind of leave with some of my own experiences and, enrich the discourse on public relations together, I think I would have been done my job well. Now, my father was a professor. He retired as a professor, and he was an English professor. Always very keen to see his son. I come from Bihar, a small town in Bihar. We grew up, learning ABC and IAS and IPS. So there was this extreme fancy, and we were growing up in the 80s, and the 90s, when India was very, very aspirational, hugely aspirational. And there was this huge emphasis of everyone wanted to do big, so we were asked to do, get into IAS or IPS or IRS or IFS. So there was a huge fixation with I. Unfortunately, so I went to Hindu College, I went to JNU, I ended up doing my PhD, failed civil services, and I couldn't stick to I, but I shifted to the next alphabet, that is J, which is journalism. Now, I had the opportunity to work, as I said, in 3 newspapers, and that was hugely rewarding, great experience, great learning, great opportunity to meet variety of people. Now, all that came in very handy, or coming in very handy, when I'm doing this Grey Matters Communications, which is a specialized, now we call ourselves Public Affairs and Political Communication Agency. Why political communication? Because my PhD was on political communication. And when I was doing my PhD, I thought one day when we get a chance, we would get that, we'll try and do something in the political communication space. And I'm very happy to share that today, as I speak, my mind is wandering to the Parliament of India, where budget is going on, and we have to do a lot of work for some, chief ministers that we work with. Now, so my father one day asked me, कि बेटा वो सब तो ठीक है, always very supportive, लेकिन तुम करते क्या हो? So, PR और सब अच्छी बातें हैं कि तुम मिलते हो बहुत लोगों से. So I told him कि पापा, we do this. And then I took this, one day I tried and explained to him, I showed him this photo. See, I'm getting to meet who? See, I'm getting to share the stage. I was the backstage manager, so I had this of President, being there with President Kalam. Now, this is a story, this is my first story. That one fine morning, it was early years for Grey Matters, a very reputed doctor who had resigned from the AIMS, RML, he came to us saying that I'm setting up an office, a hospital in Ajamgarh, and can you help me do PR? I said, can you get some journalists from Delhi? Because that time I will give you a lot of money. I said, sir, with all due regards, and I'm so glad you're offering me money, but what will I do with the money if I don't give you result? So he said, no, do something, So I said, what is, he's a neurosurgeon, a great specialist, very well known. So he told me that there is this challenge of iodine deficiency in that belt from Ajamgarh to Gorakhpur, eastern UP. There is a problem of iron deficiency where, and people have a lot of neuro issues. Now, so why I'm sharing this story is also, of course, beside convincing my father that I'm doing something substantial, also to highlight the significance and the importance of knowledge, of research. Now, thanks to my, background in research, we went down and all of us sat together and said that we need to create a narrative. In the conversation, he said, I think Ram Naresh Yadav, who belonged to Ajamgarh, was the governor of MP that time. He said, either get him, or if you can, why not President Kalam, because he's a great scientist and he will appreciate something like this, a hospital in a remote region. So that somehow stuck with us. And then we did a research. It took us 6 months to coordinate. It was not about coordination, but what narrative we created. How did we research? We explored almost 50 academic papers, medical journals from everywhere. And we realized that this problem was very glaring. With this narrative, we reached out to President Kalam's office and they made us, really slog very hard. But I was happy in the end, he agreed. And this is what happened. And this is, so with this first story, I think, not only my father got convinced, but we got a major boost in our confidence. As a new agency, I think this was very early in Grey Matter's life. I think this was a great achievement that gave us the confidence and the conviction that if you have the right knowledge and the right narrative, I think you can do well. Now, going to the next story. Now, this is a lot of coverage from any, by any standards for a private small company. So there is this gentleman called Prashant Jain. He came to me, owner of Oswal Book, MD of Oswal Book, and said, we help, we create help books, and why don't you, help us in getting some media coverage? I want to do a press conference in Delhi Press Club, which you are a member. I said, Press Club, I can barely get you 4 journalists, and 2 of my friends and 2 others, and none of them will write. At the most, they will write 1 column. So then what we did, we created a, again, same process. We told him that we are not going to do regular Coke and vanilla stuff. We are going to be, give us some time. I'm not going to do press conference. So we created a, we said that we'll do a all stakeholder meet on status of education, state of a school education. And we did that. This was, I think, again, very early in Grey Matter's life. But subsequently, now that has established. So that is a black and white version of, the previous is a black and white version of this product that we created, a platform that we created called a Roundtable, Oswal India, Oswal Books Roundtable on state of school education. And that I'm happy to share that over the last 7 years, we have done 8 such roundtable with attendance of 6 education ministers of those states. Again, trying to share with my limited experience the significance and importance of knowledge. Now, these are 2 very happy looking characters that I'm sure Nana in her speech is going to share soon. But when we got a mandate from Bihar State Power Holding Company Limited, is the electricity utility company of Bihar, I said, this is how to make something very sarkari, very exciting. It was a challenge of packaging or repackaging, because there is a lot of distrust, a lot of mistrust about the way, perception is that electricity company, hamara paisa le lete hain, bijli sahi nahi hai. Fact is otherwise. We realized after starting to work with BSPHCL that there is a tremendous amount of modernization, tremendous transparency, yet there was this challenge. If I go and even at the, Golghar Patna, jisko pata hai, Golghar pe khade hoke bhi agar hum bole, no one will believe. So we created some mediators. And we thought that an aspirational young, two characters who could represent the rising Bihar, the rural, rustic, yet rising Bihar. So Bijli Didi and Voltage Bhaiya was born out of one such, brainstorming that I was having with Pooja and Nana and Madhu and a lot of other colleagues. And today, I'm happy to share that these have found very good traction with the audience. Now, Bijli Didi and Voltage Bhaiya have become the voice of the organization. They are engaging with the audience seamlessly and talking to them. So some of these tweets that we see, I mean, we do a great amount of social media work over the years. I think we have transitioned, from being pure play PR agency to also a lot of digital work. So you see these Voltage Bhaiya, Bijli Didi being used in a lot of these communication. Not only this, when we are doing physical events also, I think we are using cutout. And this has made communication much more smarter, faster, and transparent. So these are, smart prepaid meter, Bihar is a leading state. And, thanks to the dynamic CMD, Sanjeev Hans, who's an IAS officer. And we are creating a lot of activity, communication activity to support that success story that you see. Now, we also worked with Rajasthan Police. So that was to highlight my third story. Again, we thought how to, I have had the privilege of working with the police organizations for a great deal, starting with IPS Association. So the challenge that I faced always that police is ruthless, police wale danda keval bhaste hain. So there is a huge negative, wo abhi bhi persist karta hai. But what we thought that among others, why not use some of these tickles, to excite our audiences. I'm happy to share, that at one point we worked for about 2 years, and this method earned us a great deal. Again, as PR professionals, what I'm trying to basically convey and communicate is that we have to be innovative. I have highlighted the significance of being this thing. So so you see a lot of these got, we used, for instance, KBC, Kitna Bada Crime Quiz, and that was a massive hit. The Sanju. So we were absolutely having a fun. In fact, the ADG, Mr. Pankaj Kumar Singh, who went on to become BSF DG, subsequently now is the Deputy NSA. He gave us a lot of free hand. So also depends, of course, on your partner. How much you are able to convince your partners about your ability to execute something non-conventional in a non-conventional way. That is also very important. So when you're engaging with your partners, try and impress upon the need to slightly go off the clutter of beat, out of the box thinking, and that will do you well. This is again highlighting the significance of knowledge. I will skip this. This is important. Madhu sitting here, she was much slimmer then. I think, so she is giving a presentation to, this is the DC of Nasik, Madhu, Nasik. So this was, we worked with DuPont. Now DuPont, as you know, is a big multinational, and they used to, they are in agrochemicals. They came to us and said that we have this massive challenge of spurious and counterfeit pesticide. Pesticide, yes. What can you do? Now, I told them that if I go as Grey Matters or you go as DuPont and try and create a flutter in the market, no one is going to believe, given that there is huge anti-MNC sentiment, especially in rural areas. So allow us to design a campaign. We designed a campaign where we would do a workshop. There is an independent forum called Fiziha on that. So we will bring stakeholders, we'll get farmers, agriculture scientists, policy makers, and call the media as partners in progress. We said that this is something that is creating a lot of loss to the exchequer, causing our food system, harm to our food system, and so on. So they said, okay, we went ahead with the campaign, 8 states, 300 journalists, 9 media workshops, over 2 years. And the result was that this grow safe food that you see for the first time, Ministry of Agriculture issued an advisory to all the states to target and address the menace of counterfeit this thing. Now that's about some of the stories. As millennials, I think you must understand where have we come, starting with the classical PR, which was more people to people, personalized, defined audiences, through conventional PR, organization to organization, media centric. And now today contemporary, your audiences are diverse. They are wanting to communicate with the brand directly and so on and so forth. You have a huge challenge, and since, so these are some of the things that you all know. I think that is all time that I have time for. Thank you very much for this opportunity, Karan, Dr. Batra, and all of you for your patience here listening to. Thank you. Yes.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Anand. And we would like to commemorate this moment and present a small token of appreciation to you. And to present that token, can I please invite Ms. Ruchika Jha, correspondent from E4M. So that's that, ladies and gentlemen. This brings us to the first panel discussion of the day. The topic at hand is importance of digital PR in brand promotion. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our panelists for the day. Please welcome Mr. Anand Prakash, Senior Group Head at Factors PR. Please give it up for Ms. Akanksha Jain, Head of Public Relations and Corporate Communications, Bharat Pay. Please put your hands together for Ms. Kritika Padhi, Account Director, ATDB Communications, and Bhavna Gupta, Director, Client Relations, Hill and Knowlton Strategies. And also chairing the session, we have Mr. Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor at BW Business World and Exchange for Media.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. It was a great presentation before this. So I must acknowledge, I really loved the presentation that you had and the points that you made. So we have a very important topic at hand, given the fact that when customers today want to subscribe to a service or buy a product, they go online. And I was reading that 91% of reviews, people, whatever they consume online, 91% is that part, So online PR, of course, has a huge impact. Of course, the traditional part, we're not discussing that has its own impact. But online is a bigger piece when customers have to subscribe to a service or buy a brand. Anand, starting with you, online, of course, we know the importance of it, but it's a cluttered space. When you get a new brand on board, how do you make sure that, the brand gets enough visibility in the clutter or is it sometimes just, sometimes, you just promise them, then it's very difficult to find that visibility. How is it like, when you bring a brand on board and then promise them the online visibility? How does it work? What are the stories behind some of the stories?
Rohel, actually, digital PR has made the work of PR easier. You can do a scientific outreach. You can do more earned media, what you say, because PR is known for earned media comparing to marketing. You can not only promise, you can actually deliver. There are a lot of platforms where you can go for, you can go and map what kind of conversation is happening around the industry, around the client. You can do a good Google Analytics where the conversation, tonality, and the keywords are present with the statistics. You might have a different perception about your brand because you are working in a company XYZ as a Corp Comm person or a CEO. But when you go and do a research on analytics, you will find a different reason for not having that kind of positioning that you deserve or you feel like. So digital PR with Google Analytics, with influencer engagement, with video content, with there are multiple tools. You can actually address those issues, and this is 100% doable. There is no point of missing it out. If you know the tool and you have the knowledge-driven digital PR approach, like today only, your finance minister has used the word knowledge-driven economics. Economy is always knowledge driven, but she has enforced that keyword knowledge driven economics because Anurag sir had just mentioned some good brand, big brand has lost $65 billion in last 3 days. Uh, at the same time, they have a loan of $80 billion. So they could have paid it. But this kind of terminology and this kind of the importance is there because this is possible and we are doing it.
Akanksha, I mean, we have seen this. I mean, what he touched upon towards the end, is a very pertinent point. We have seen brands burning a lot of amount on what are the bigger, challenges in today's cluttered PR environment, digital environment, that one agency, then any agency needs to address?
So I think when it comes to challenges, there are a whole bunch of them. One being that, of course, there are a lot of players out there. How do you differentiate yourself? How do you look different? And how do you get the attention of your audience? And hence, it's important when a brand is trying to think through its digital PR strategy to understand what its audience would consume. So, for an example, at BharatPay, we took a big risk when we went out and started doing real human stories of our merchants. Our merchants are small shop owners, like your mom and pop shops next door, and we wanted to get their real stories out there. We didn't know how people would consume it, how well they would do, but it's one of the award-winning campaigns. It's doing extremely well. No money behind it. I think it's important for agencies or brands to actually the teams in tech generally both of them obviously have to collaborate to get the real stories out there, to get stories they may not be perfect but they have to be real, and you have to also use multiple form factors in terms of content. So for it's not like one certain form factor kind of works across channels. So say for an example, YouTube does really well for our set of audience because they consume YouTube. For a certain set of audience where your consumers are more regional, a share chat might do really well. And also the same set of content will not do well across channels, like I said. So for an employer brand, we are really leveraging LinkedIn and we're getting a great traction out there. But it may not do well Twitter may not do well for employer branding. So I think that is important for brands and agencies to think about.
Kritika, your initial thoughts about the importance of digital, and of course it is, but how have you experienced it for your brands? Is there any story that you would like to highlight, or touch upon?
First, Ruhel, I would like to say that as Anand also said, digital has made it not just easier, but also the fact that with the limited amount of space that traditional media offers us now, brands are able to share their brand focus with their target audience. If they have the right impressive element available with them, their product has that element with them, it is definitely easy to reach out to your target audience. For instance, but also it is very important to be sure of the type of information and the narrative that we are reaching out to the audience with. For instance, recently we did a survey for one of our fintech clients where we did an analysis on the Indian financial wellness of the Indians. We opted for various tools to reach out to our target audience via Twitter, Instagram, and we did videos as well as infographics. And the outreach and the outcome was very nice. It made us reach out to the exact audience and the information was available to them.
Right. Bhavana, the digital PR is so mature and so much practice. Is there any scope of doing what you call in commas the out of box thing here, or I mean, how is it on that front?
The digital is out of box, right? As my esteemed member said, that it's not one template fits all, right? Sometimes it's all about where your consumer is. So what is the consumer consuming? How often they consume? What is the behavioral pattern? It all boils down to this. So if you have your data analysis in place and you know your behavior of the consumer, you know what your consumption pattern is, you can curate your communication as is. See, what are we PR people doing? We're actually solving for a communication problem. That's the baseline. When we know the problem and we know where our consumer is, we can curate it. So answering a question out of the box, it all boils to the fact which are the tools that you're using. So if my consumer is Instagram, I can do so much on Instagram, not only Reels. I can tie up with an influencer, call for action. I can do your user-generated content. If it's on LinkedIn, I can do blogs, I can do videos, I can do blogs, etc. So it all depends on what are you solving for and how you curate it. So I think digital gives you massive opportunity to be as creative as possible. For example, if I can give an example of a campaign that we've won multiple awards of how to promote hygiene and health to people like you and me, and that too when COVID was settling in. We use radio jockeys, we use curated jingle, we use health officers on ground, we used Instagram, we used all possible channels because we knew people like you and me, kids, other stakeholders were across. And the user-generated content was so much, the call for action was so good that it was a massive success. And we are very proud of Mr. Hill and Knowlton that we won so many awards for that. So answering your question, I think this is where your creativity comes to the fore.
Right. So it offers you that chance.
Massive offering, yeah.
So one common thread, of course, is, very well said that digital, of course, will remain that relevant. But Anand, starting with you, it's not as easy if you see the dynamic between the agency and the brand. So there's the marketing team and there's the PR team. They're working together. When it comes to being on the same page between the marketing and the agency, is it so simple as it sounds? What are the best ways that these things could be leveraged or integrated in a better way?
Both the practices are from the same tools. Both are marketing, but there is
Objectives are
difference.
different.
Yeah. Objective is same, but there is difference. Digital PR will help you in building up positive awareness, and marketing, the agenda, the goal, or the objective of marketing is the conversion, right? So if you are dealing on a digital platform for a good and powerful and impactful result-oriented marketing campaign, you need to start with a very powerful, very target-oriented digital PR. If a digital PR campaign goes well, establishes your positive awareness, positive impact, then only that can be treated as a platform to launch a good digital marketing campaign. Unless otherwise, it will not give you a proper impact. So it has to work in a rally. It has to go in a collaboration, hand to hand.
Akanksha, how can a brand and agency collaborate in a better way?
Brand and agency, not marketing and PR.
I mean, the brand, of course. That,
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think, so the team which is on the brand side obviously has much more in-depth understanding of the long-term, short-term goals of a company. So it's important for the team on the brand side to kind of treat their agencies as partners, keep them abreast with what is happening, keep them informed with what is happening, also keep them aligned to the short-term goals when you actually go out and, launch a campaign. Tell them this is what we need to kind of showcase to the management. This is what appeals to them. Most of the times the management likes numbers. So we will have to have a good mix of course, and a lot of them still like the pink papers. I was speaking to some founder the other day and they said, and she said that I just want pink papers. That's all I want. So it was just a deja vu moment, but yeah, they still want pink papers. So we have to be obviously careful of what the management wants on the brand side, but also have a healthy mix of the good ideas that the agency could get on the table, because obviously they have diverse experience across brands of things that could have worked for other brands, other industries that you could kind of pick and try out. So I think it should be a healthy mix of both.
Kritika, have you ever experienced a tough situation where a brand was not, kind of on the same page? Does it happen very often when you are trying to build a strategy? And what are the best ways to address that? Because that's a real problem.
See, when two people are discussing something, it always happens that there might be difference of opinion. But the end thing is, the goal is to create a brand awareness. The brand also wants that, the agency also wants that. So it is how you have come to a decision, both of you together, to reach the end goal.
Who gives up, the agency or the brand?
I don't think anyone gives up. It is, you come up with a strategy that is addressing their needs, and also you make them understand with your own experience and, let's say, examples, and showcasing those ideas, how it will help them achieve their goals. See, coming up with ideas is agency's task. The brand wants that their product, the company's image and the awareness to be created. So we need to come up with such strategies that their end goal is achieved. There might be differences. It's not like differences don't happen, but how you convince them with exact proof points with how that impact will be achieved is important.
Bhavna, a little bit on the agency brand dynamics. How is it, how easy, complicated is it? What can improve on that front? A little bit on that.
I don't think it's complicated. I think it's, see, there are two things. There's a business objective that the company is running, right? Now, sometimes you have to align your communication as per the business objective. Now, there's a communication challenge. There's a communication problem that we are solving. Now, our job is to make sure the messaging and the narrative reaches the stakeholders. Now, how you're doing that creatively is the job of the agency. I don't think it gets as much complicated. The only complication comes when we are explaining to the company on certain, for example, you can go on Instagram or you can do a LinkedIn, but the business or the leadership is still old school. They're not very comfortable in that approach. Hence, we need to change our approach. It's just that who is your stakeholders and what are they comfortable with? Ultimately, it's the messaging and narrative that you need to reach out to. And it's our job to navigate the complication, the leadership, the stakeholders, etc. Otherwise, then what's the point? So we are the expert. We know how to navigate it. So it's always to work along with the business to make sure that your communication problem is solved.
Right. Anand, so being a journalist, I'll ask a couple of tough questions. So sometimes the PR agency is tasked with defending the indefensible. Okay, you have to defend something which is very tough. At that time, without naming any brand, any agency, I just want to understand the internal working of it. And when you apply your digital PR to it, on top of it, building that perception. From a PR standpoint, how convincing does it feel when you know you're on a thin, sticky ground? I mean, how do you deal with such situations from a PR perspective?
First of all, we need to understand what is PR. PR is 90% behavior and 10% communication. But 10% communication is very important. In most of the cases, we as a PR person, PR professional, we don't work on the 90% behavior. I have resolved few cases, few assignments, difficult assignments where I have not called a single journalist and it got resolved. Because if somebody is running a multi-billion business and suddenly that business is going into a crisis, then there is some super intelligent mind within the organization who is committing some kind of big mistake, some kind of extracurricular activities. So you have to fix it. Like I'm giving you an example. Sorry, I'm going a little out of track, out of context, but I will prove my point. Give me some time. Like million years ago, there were dinosaurs on the earth, right? They were the king of the earth. They were surviving, but suddenly they disappeared. Why? Not because of the size of the body, because of the small size of the brain. You need to find out. That is called strategic communication in professionalism. If you find out the size of the problem will never be that big. Like in the case that Dr. Batra mentioned, some big brand lost $65 billion because even today they haven't addressed the issue directly. They are revolving around the communication. They are telling what the story they want to tell. They are not addressing the issue directly. And in case of crisis, in the era of digital PR or digitalization, where more than 50% of the world population is on digital platform, the electrons and protons, what you say, is super active. If you don't feed the right kind of message, it will be like a unguided missile,
right,
which will keep harming you.
So
you have to direct
the right kind of messaging can solve any problem, and you have to
100%.
identify the problem.
100%,
right?
100%.
Akanksha, this defending the indefensible and then building an entire communication piece on the front-facing side. I mean, how difficult is it at times, or how easy is it?
So it's not easy, to be honest. But I think in crisis, it's important to choose the wars you want to fight and let go of some of the battles. There'll be a lot of, things that could come your way, which as a brand, you should not say anything about. You should look at the long-term goal and the long-term vision that you have for the brand. And whatever is really damaging the reputation, you will have to protect it with numbers, protect it with facts. And I think that's how it works well.
Okay. Kritika, your thoughts on, being tasked with a crisis communication where, the brand is on the weaker ground, in such a situation, what is the best way? Like Kritika, this Akanksha said that accepting a mistake may be an easier way out at times, being honest and defending it with numbers. Do you think from a PR angle, you would like to highlight sometimes the mistakes of your clients also? Is it easier? Do the clients agree to such a communication and honest kind of an admission of error?
One thing that Akanksha said, and I also agree with it, it depends on which war to fight and which to let go. If, as Anand said, if the problem is so small that we can sometimes, even when you decide to let the matter die, also helps it out. But if you have data to support yourself, if you have facts to support yourself, come forward and put your point ahead. And regarding in terms of accepting your mistake, it depends on how big the issue is. If remaining silent showcases you as a brand which is not customer centric, not customer friendly, definitely don't do that. For example, Tata, which is one of my favorite brands, they normally come up and accept when they have committed something which is not in favor of the customer. So if the issue is something which is not in favor of customer, and you think that coming forward and accepting it, it sometimes shows your bigness and
it builds the right perception, even if you admit it, right? Yeah. Bhavna, I mean, you've been on the other side as well, and now on this side. So when a brand goes through crisis, do you build up stories? I mean, where the content, the back end has to be as, as convincing as you are making the communication to be. How do you traverse? How do you, kind of navigate that ground? What has been your learnings from it?
See, we do a lot of crisis training for our clients at Hill and Alton, and I've been on the other side. My biggest learning has been do not hide anything. The bigger the brand, the more is the pull. They want to see you fall, right? So it becomes very imperative that you know your messaging, you know the situation, you know the story, and you come out and talk to them. Amul has done it in the past. Tata does it very well. Boeing does it so well. I mean, you pick up any case study of bigger brands, they always talk, they always engage with their customers, they always face the situation. Hiding doesn't help. I personally worked on Air India as one of my clients. The biggest bane was they were not engaging. And look at now, what we built for them was an engagement model. Whether you miss your flight or you lose your baggage, we engage through Twitter with the customer to say, sorry, we're solving it. And it works so well because, see, remember, if you're Air India or Maharaja, for a customer, he's paying you, right? He will not, it's not a big brand for me. It's a service he wants to, and he wants to be treated like a Maharaja. So it's, the bigger the brand, it becomes more imperative that you tell your story, you narrate it, you message it, and you engage with the customer. There's no hiding behind it. And I rightly agree with what they said. You choose your word. Sometimes saying silent helps. Sometimes saying less is more. But it is always engagement and facing the reality is always helps.
So digital PR will be most effective when you actually have the human side to it, like accept that you can also be wrong at times and be honest about it, right? It will be more engaging and impactful.
And digital becomes more crazy because it's real time. You have a crisis and somebody is always already bashing you without hearing your story. So hence our role becomes so imperative that we know the right messaging and the facts and figures to counter that. So digital is very creative. At the same time, it's our biggest enemy right now.
Right.
Because you have to be on your toes and on your feet.
You don't know where
and data
things come
analytics
from.
become, data becomes so important. Facts become so important.
Right, right.
That's why.
Anand, so there must be a certain science and certain practices that make digital PR, effective. If you could share some of the points that you believe in. And second, when it comes to digital landscape, there are so many other platforms. For example, today's Insta is there. So which are the platforms that you really focus on in a big way? And what are the best ways of making that digital PR work for the brand?
Digital PR starts with Google Analytics. It shows you where the conversation is happening, what conversation is happening, and what group of audience is involved in the conversation. And it always depends on the brand. Like Bharat Pay will have a different target audience, and other brands will have another different target audience. For a fast-moving news, pacey news, you can go to Twitter. For a fashion-driven products, you can go to Instagram. For a family-oriented product, you can still hit Facebook, and with the right conversation. And if you have, and these days, since I belong to a PR background, I always believe in earned media space. Despite giving influencers to pay the influencer getting the work done, I always believe candid influencers to come forward and write about the brand. It can be a good bridge for a brand sharing for both the influencers and the brand. But digital space is going to rhyme only because of the earned space. It is still possible.
Akanksha, your take on making digital PR more impactful, and for your category, which are the platforms in the digital space that work best?
So I think to make it more impactful, like he rightly said, while it is earned media, but it has a spillover on social media. So you will have to have a very robust, funnel of stories that you can push into traditional media. leverage the owned media. I don't think we've touched upon that. Today, owned media has become extremely important, which means the social media handles of the senior management of companies, which are the voice of the brand at large. And also for especially for our category, I think LinkedIn does not work much, but does a little bit of impact. Facebook is one of the go-to channels. YouTube is important because we are targeting the merchants. For a consumer side of products, it's Instagram, and it's primarily Instagram and LinkedIn, because we're targeting the Gen Z and the millennials who would be also on LinkedIn and definitely on Instagram. I'm sorry, I've lost track of the second.
And what are the best practices?
So I think the best practices would be to, of course, use the earned and the owned media, like I said. Define your content calendar, define your strategy well in advance, say a 1-year strategy to break it down to a 3-month strategy. Use metrics, understand, analyze what is working, what is not working, from Google Analytics to open rate to engagement rate. So you have a sense of what is really working for your brand, because you may think this will work, but it may not work well for you. So it's important to understand what the audience is really consuming and then change your approach accordingly. So I think that's what works best. No one single strategy fits all. Different channels, different strategies, and different form factors is what will do well for the brands.
Kritika?
I think both of them have covered almost everything. But as they said, earned media and owned media both are part of digital. A lot of traditional media platforms are currently focusing on their digital avatar, and we need to use them as well, because once it comes from an authentic, credible source, it adds to your brand identity. You need to use the earned media as much as you need the own part as well. Do more of blogs, do more of conversations on your own platforms. A balance between both the earned as well as the social media, increasing your social engagement, depending on how you want to reach your target audience, as well as on what you're trying to communicate to them, is essential. Once that is decided, then you can decide on which platform you want to use.
Bhavna, one is, of course, the best practices. Second is, how do you keep track of that, the brand, there are not brand leakages, if I may call it, it's like intact in terms of the identity and the, there's no negative. How do you track that and ensure that becomes part of your digital PR strategy?
At Hill & Walter, we use a proprietary tools we have that maps your what kind of conversation you're part of. So before we curate a campaign for a client, we have a very robust 7-step process in which we deep dive into the behavioral science of your consumer. What is influencing them? What are the conversations they're part of? Is your brand in the negative space in their mind? Have they been hearing more negative about you than positive? So once we have that mapped out, then we curate the campaign for the client, for your target audience. What is the messaging? What is the narrative? Is it regional, more semi-urban, more urban? We tend to forget the regional part of it, because regional audience is a very strong audience. So once we have all the data, all the behavior in front of us, then we curate a campaign. So coming back to your question, the negative aspect comes to us very, very early before we start the campaign. We know what is influencing them, what are the kind of conversation. If it's more negative, then our narrative is based on how to counter that. So that mapping is very essential, what we do before we curate any campaign for a client.
Okay, we have 1 minute left, and I want to take one question because the audience has been listening. One question and one answer. Anyone? Okay. All right. Audience is convinced. So there is, okay, please, yeah.
I'm sorry if you have to hear my cuffs on loudspeaker. So just one question, we're talking about digital media and everything. How do you guys see the context of employees and advocates turning in this field? We've just not touched that area at all right now.
One of you.
Yeah, please.
I think for employees or for employer branding, I think social media, digital PR is becoming extremely important. In fact, at BharatPe, we have a very focused strategy, and we're kind of going very aggressive on employer branding from say a LinkedIn standpoint. It's very interesting, when I joined BharatPe about 2.5 years back, we were a very small company, to be honest, a very young brand trying to make a mark. But the kind of engagement I saw on LinkedIn with employees being brand advocates was something I'd never seen in all these years. And that's something that we've leveraged and built to our advantage. So today, if there is a good news on the brand, like recently we got a in principle nod for a PA license, I think almost half of the company had reposted it. And that's not that we go out and tell them to post it. They just repost it. So I think employees become extremely important brand advocates in the overall positive narrative building and brand building, from not only from an employer branding standpoint, but in general, because these are the people who work for you day in, day out. And if their validation really works in your favor. So I think in the times to come, it will become more important, and own media will also become more important.
All right, over to you.
Well, thank you very much. Due to the paucity of time, ladies and gentlemen, that will be all for the questions and answers. Can I please request the panelists and the chair for the session to kindly come up front and join us for a picture? And also to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf, please welcome Ms. Shabasti Malik, correspondent E for M. फिलहाल अभी तक बजट आया नहीं है और ना ही मुझे लगता है कि तालियों पर GST लगने वाला है बजट में, तो आप लोग तालियां बजा सकते हैं. Thank you. I must request the panelists to kindly stay back. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And as we move forward, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to request everybody's kind attention towards the big, beautiful screen. Can we have the partners AV, please?
That every corporation and brand has a public, and today's public is more powerful than ever before. They have the power to topple CEOs, reshape strategy, influence government policy, kill products, and create unicorns. They demand truth, transparency, and the highest behavioral standards. We are embracing change, constantly innovating the way our clients and the public communicate, whatever the sector and whatever the challenge. Our client obsession means constantly evolving new products and services. We are innovating the future of public relations. Our belief is that brands with a clear, authentic purpose and performance strategies aligned to business objectives are most likely to succeed. We use strategy, creativity, and innovation driven by data and analytics to put your purpose and performance at the heart of all communications. Together, purpose and performance drive audience preference. We call this approach 3P communications. Hill and Knowlton strategies, always in beta.
Check. All right. कितने लोग यहाँ manifestation में believe करते हैं? How many of you believe in manifestation? Let me break down the word manifestation. It's too commercial for these days. Believing in something and working hard towards it. How many of you believe in that? I believe everybody, right? You see something, you see a vision, and then you start working towards it. Well, if that's your way to achieve or aim for your goal, the next session is for each and every one of you. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our second keynote address, the lady is going to be talking about manifesting self-affirming professionals to strengthen organizations' success. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ms. Pooja Pathak, co-founder and director, Media Mantra Communications and Consulting.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. So I think this is a topic that I really resonate with, and it gives me immense pleasure and privilege to be a part of today's keynote. While I'm addressing this, I feel it is first of all important to acknowledge the resilience with which the PR industry has bounced back. And in 2023, we are even set to create a further disruption. And the years to come, we are all set to pave a further path, which is full of disruption and full of creativity. The young and the vibrant talent of the communication industry have adapted to the new trends like never before. And in this diversification and innovation that they bring along, I think they are creating the new and the emerging content in the PR industry. Today at 40 Under 40, we celebrate the emerging and the powerful leaders of tomorrow. As we celebrate their win, we also put them in a position of power in which we are also leading and affirming that we take the industry to the next height by only creating positive mindsets and positive frame of mind. As we create this positive frame of mind, it will be a delight to see the millennials kind of blend the text of their life to the context of the PR ideology. And when you blend the text and the context, we lead to a life which has dedicated purpose. It leads to a life which will have stronger organization vision boards. It will lead to overall success of the organization. The millennials must be thinking, why this topic? But I say this is the topic that needs to be prioritized today, because we are in an era where more than physical ailments, we deal with mental breakthroughs. More than physical problems, we deal with emotional stress. And this is the reason why this topic becomes so much relevant. The millennials have a huge responsibility to ensure that such conversations stay relevant and they should be discussed on and off. I will also be talking about one verse from Bhagavad Gita, which says, in order to change your life, you have to change the perspective of your life. And therefore, it is very important that sometimes we have to view success from a different lens. We have to view success from a different perspective altogether. While we are even talking about mindfulness, we even sometimes wonder that why is it that we even need to be mindful? And what are some of the misconceptions even related to being mindful? So first of all, people who think that we should practice mindfulness will come with the things like, oh my God, the person will have to leave the family. The person will have to leave his job. The person might have to even probably, be only found meditating. But there are different myths related to mindfulness. People even feel that the person might have to leave alcohol. The person cannot abuse anymore. But this is not how we relate mindfulness with. Mindfulness is something which only and only resonates when you are, despite of being successful, in spite of having a great bank balance, in spite of being a perfect parent, a father, a son, you still feel that there's something incomplete in my life. And that is the real way to start becoming mindful. And once you become mindful, it also helps you achieve your purpose of life. Apart from what we are as professionals, we also have to seek our purpose of life. Our purpose of life, once we resonate with, we are able to achieve better competency. We are able to align ourselves and our life's purpose in a much more aligned manner. I have a few recommendations today as I stand here, and I feel that today I should be able to at least give some takeaways for everyone who's right now here and probably watching this. My theory is called ASK, which is AAASK. And these are recommendations on how you can become mindful. The first is the person should be able to associate with any holistic activities. So that means you can practice mindfulness by meditating, by undertaking yoga, tai chi, different ways and avenues that you can relate with and resonate with is what you should practice. The second is you have to alter certain habits. How we perceive things and how we form habits is something that we kind of are ingrained from our childhood. But what no longer serves us is what we should completely discard and kind of cultivate new habits. And there's no age to cultivating habits. You can create your own habits, and it takes a process of 21 to about 90 days to make one good habit. So whenever you're able, you feel that there's a habit change that is required, it's not such a big thing. And neither we are in that age or stage that we can't make new changes in our life. So alter habits whenever you feel that there is something that you feel is incomplete in my life. Another A is ask and self-talk. More than spending time with ourselves, we love spending time with others. And therefore, we know so much about others and very less about ourselves. Therefore, it is important to accept ourselves and look into some self-talk. And it is a great idea, even if you get to know something, you discover something new about yourself, it's a fantastic phenomena and it will work brilliantly for everyone. The next is stillness. Stillness is a good option. We love schedules, we love plans. And sometimes when we don't have plans and we go on Instagram and feel that everybody else has plans, we kind of get FOMO. But that's not the way, because sometimes no plan is the best plan. So create that stillness for yourself, create that time for yourself where you're not doing anything and still you're doing a lot of things for yourself. And the last is K, which is keep your thoughts filtered, but prioritize what you are thinking. When we are sitting still and when we have a lot of thoughts running in our mind, we don't know how to prioritize. Our mind just keeps on having multiple things and multiple visions at one point in time. Therefore, it is important to think either you run the day or the day runs you. It is for you to decide what is it that you would like to do. These are some suggestions and recommendations. And the reason I'm saying that is because I believe in the power of this. Having said that, I personally want to make a disclaimer by saying that as an agency or as a co-founder of the agency, in no means am I saying that we will not be aggressive and we will only be mindful, but I feel we can be mindfully aggressive. We can be in a state where everybody can have a different mindfulness, and mindfulness is not just with what you are thinking, it is what you are eating, what you're consuming. Everything is about being mindful. And once you kind of look into anchoring your life, you feel that the energy systems are completely changing. The vision boards for yourself and the people around you are definitely changing. And that is why it is important to practice this. Once again, I'm saying you have to leave nothing in order to be mindful, but it definitely helps you develop a great curriculum for your life. It helps you develop very relevant and very solution-oriented frame of mind, which is very important and self-affirming. Therefore, while I would want to say a lot of things, but I would just want to say that knowing others is wisdom, but knowing yourself is enlightenment, is an affirmation I want to bring it today. And also hoping that if we all cross paths again, discussing about each other's journey will be very interesting, because this is a journey that will resonate with everyone. And this is a journey that we all think that we will eventually come on at different ages, at different stages of our life. But this is a journey that everyone has to come on. And it will be great as professionals, we are able to build that into our life. And the early on that we build into our life, it will be great to have an ecosystem. And the mindful millennials of the communication industry have a lot to do on their shoulder. Apart from being fantastic professionals, I feel that this is a generation that has the power and the potential to really break stereotypes and uphold for many good reasons. This is a generation that has also taught us how to keep going and bouncing back with a lot of rigor all the time. Whenever we feel that there's failure, this is a generation I definitely look up to. And at the end, I would just want to say something that what you are not changing, you are choosing. Therefore, change what you choose and choose what you want to change. Keep your soul charged. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the lovely session. We'd love to commemorate this moment and present a small token of appreciation. And in order to do so, please welcome Miss Shipra Biswas, Senior Events Executive, E4M. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies. Thank you very much. And with the same, ladies and gentlemen, I request everyone to kindly join us outside in the hall for the lunch break. Quick half an hour networking lunch break. I must request everyone to kindly join back in exactly 30 minutes for the next session. Thank you. Silent or vibrate only mode.
and the future of public relations. Our belief is that brands with a clear, authentic purpose and performance strategies aligned to business objectives are most likely to succeed. We use strategy, creativity, and innovation driven by data and analytics to put your purpose and performance at the heart of all communications. Together, always in beta.
When in 1897 we started manufacturing locks, we weren't just making in India. We were envisioning a self-reliant India. When in 1920 we manufactured soap from vegetable oil, we weren't just making in India. We were showing the world a humane way to meet human needs. When in 1951 we built India's first ballot boxes, we weren't just making in India. We were partaking in India's journey towards becoming the world's largest democracy. When in 1955, we made Asia's first typewriters, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing to the nation's mission of propelling women into the workforce. When in 1958, we made refrigerators, we weren't just making in India. We were supporting the movement of freeing women from the kitchen. When in 1984, we introduced mosquito repellent mats, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing towards making India free from vector-borne diseases. When in 1991, we started making products that sustainably increased crop yields, we weren't just making in India. We were doing our bit to help farmers double their income. When in 2013, we made key components for India's first Mars mission, we weren't just making in India. We were participating in Free India's most glorious moment. For over 120 years, during the journey of our nation's independence, we haven't just been making in India. we have been passionately doing our bit towards making India. When in 1897 we started manufacturing locks, we weren't just making in India. We were envisioning a self-reliant India. When in 1920 we manufactured soap from vegetable oil, we weren't just making in India. We were showing the world a humane way to meet human needs. When in 1951 we built India's first ballot boxes, we weren't just making in India. We were partaking in India's journey towards becoming the world's largest democracy. When in 1955 we made Asia's first typewriters, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing to the nation's mission of propelling women into the workforce. When in 1958 we made refrigerators, we weren't just making in India. We were supporting the movement of freeing women from the kitchen. When in 1984 we introduced mosquito repellent mats, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing towards making India free from vector-borne diseases. When in 1991 we started making products that sustainably increased crop yields, we weren't just making in India. We were doing our bit to help farmers double their income. When in 2013 we made key components for India's first Mars mission, we weren't just making in India.
We believe that every corporation and brand has a public, and today's public is more powerful than ever before. They have the power to topple CEOs, reshape strategy, influence government policy, kill products, and create unicorns. They demand truth, transparency, and the highest behavioral standards. We are embracing change, constantly innovating the way our clients and the public communicate, whatever the sector and whatever the challenge. Our client obsession means constantly evolving new products and services. We are innovating the future of public relations. Our belief is that brands with a clear, authentic purpose and performance strategies aligned to business objectives are most likely to succeed. We use strategy, creativity, and innovation, driven by data and analytics, to put your purpose and performance at the heart of all communications. Together, purpose and performance drive audience preference. We call this approach 3P communications. Hill and Knowlton strategies, always in beta. We believe that every corporation and brand has a public, and today's public is more powerful than ever before. They have the power to topple CEOs, reshape strategy, influence government policy, kill products, and create unicorns. They demand truth, transparency, and the highest behavioral standards. We are embracing change, constantly innovating the way our clients and the public communicate, whatever the sector and whatever the challenge. Our client obsession means constantly evolving new products and services. We are innovating the future of public relations. Our belief is that brands with a clear, authentic purpose and performance strategies aligned to business objectives are most likely to succeed. We use strategy, creativity, and innovation, driven by data and analytics, to put your purpose and performance at the heart of all communications. Together, purpose and performance drive audience preference. We call this approach 3P communications. Hill and Knowlton strategies, always in beta. We believe that every corporation and brand has a public, and today's public is more powerful than ever before. They have the power to topple CEOs, reshape strategy, influence government policy, kill products, and create unicorns. They demand truth, transparency, and the highest behavioral standards. We are embracing change, constantly innovating the way our clients and the public communicate, whatever the sector and whatever the challenge. Our client obsession means constantly evolving new products and services. We are innovating the future of public relations. Our belief is that brands with a clear, authentic purpose and performance strategies aligned to business objectives are most likely to succeed. We use strategy, creativity, and innovation driven by data and analytics to put your purpose and performance at the heart of all communications. Together, purpose and performance drive audience preference. We call this approach 3P communications. Hill and Knowlton strategies, always in beta. We believe that every corporation and brand has a public, and today's public is more powerful than ever before. They have the power to topple CEOs, reshape strategy, influence government policy, kill products, and create unicorns. They demand truth, transparency, and the highest behavioral standards. We are embracing change, constantly innovating the way our clients and the public communicate, whatever the sector and whatever the challenge. Our client obsession means constantly evolving new products and services. We are innovating the future of public relations. Our belief is that brands with a clear, authentic purpose and performance strategies aligned to business objectives are most likely to succeed. We use strategy, creativity, and innovation driven by data and analytics to put your purpose and performance at the heart of all communications. Together, purpose and performance drive audience preference. We call this approach 3P communications. Hill and Knowlton strategies, always in beta. We believe that every corporation and brand has a public, and today's public is more powerful than ever before. They have the power to topple CEOs, reshape strategy, influence government policy, kill products, and create unicorns. They demand truth, transparency, and the highest behavioral standards. We are embracing change, constantly innovating the way our clients and the public communicate, whatever the sector and whatever the challenge. Our client obsession means constantly evolving new products and services. We are innovating the future of public relations. Our belief is that brands with a clear, authentic purpose and performance strategies aligned to business objectives are most likely to succeed. We use strategy, creativity, and innovation driven by data and analytics to put your purpose and performance at the heart of all communications. Together, purpose and performance drive audience preference. We call this approach 3P communications. Hill and Knowlton strategies, always in beta. We believe that every corporation and brand has a public, and today's public is more powerful than ever before. They have the power to topple CEOs, reshape strategy, influence government policy, kill products, and create unicorns. They demand truth, transparency, and the highest behavioral standards. We are embracing change, constantly innovating the way our clients and the public communicate, whatever the sector and whatever the challenge. Our client obsession means constantly evolving new products and services. We are innovating the future of public relations. Our belief is that brands with a clear, authentic purpose and performance strategies aligned to business objectives are most likely to succeed. We use strategy, creativity, and innovation driven by data and analytics to put your purpose and performance at the heart of all communications. Together, purpose and performance drive audience preference. We call this approach 3P communications. Hill and Knowlton strategies, always in beta. We believe that every corporation and brand has a public, and today's public is more powerful than ever before. They have the power to topple CEOs, reshape strategy, influence government policy, kill products, and create unicorns. They demand truth, transparency, and the highest behavioral standards. We are embracing change, constantly innovating the way our clients and the public communicate, whatever the sector and whatever the challenge. Our client obsession means constantly evolving new products and services. We are innovating the future of public relations. Our belief is that brands with a clear, authentic purpose and performance strategies aligned to business objectives are most likely to succeed. We use strategy, creativity, and innovation driven by data and analytics to put your purpose and performance at the heart of all communications. Together, purpose and performance drive audience preference. We call this approach 3P communications. Hill and Knowlton strategies, always in beta. We believe that every corporation and brand has a public, and today's public is more powerful than ever before. They have the power to topple CEOs, reshape strategy, influence government policy, kill products, and create unicorns. They demand truth, transparency, and the highest behavioral standards. We are embracing change, constantly innovating the way our clients and the public communicate, whatever the sector and whatever the challenge. Our client obsession means constantly evolving new products and services. We are innovating the future of public relations. Our belief is that brands with a clear, authentic purpose and performance strategies aligned to business objectives are most likely to succeed. We use strategy, creativity, and innovation driven by data and analytics to put your purpose and performance at the heart of all communications. Together, purpose and performance drive audience preference. We call this approach 3P communications. Hill and Knowlton strategies, always in beta. We believe that every corporation and brand has a public, and today's public is more powerful than ever before. They have the power to topple CEOs, reshape strategy, influence government policy, kill products, and create unicorns. They demand truth, transparency, and the highest behavioral standards. We are embracing change, constantly innovating the way our clients and the public communicate, whatever the sector and whatever the challenge. Our client obsession means constantly evolving new products and services. We are innovating the future of public relations. Our belief is that brands with a clear, authentic purpose and performance strategies aligned to business objectives are most likely to succeed. We use strategy, creativity, and innovation driven by data and analytics to put your purpose and performance at the heart of all communications. Together, purpose and performance drive audience preference. We call this approach 3P communications. Hill and Knowlton strategies, always in beta. We believe that every corporation and brand has a public, and today's public is more powerful than ever before. They have the power to topple CEOs, reshape strategy, influence government policy, kill products, and create unicorns. They demand truth, transparency, and the highest behavioral standards. We are embracing change, constantly innovating the way our clients and the public communicate, whatever the sector and whatever the challenge. Our client obsession means constantly evolving new products and services. We are innovating the future of public relations. Our belief is that brands with a clear, authentic purpose and performance strategies aligned to business objectives are most likely to succeed. We use strategy, creativity, and innovation driven by data and analytics to put your purpose and performance at the heart of all communications. Together, purpose and performance drive audience preference. We call this approach 3P communications. Hill and Knowlton strategies, always in beta. We believe that every corporation and brand has a public, and today's public is more powerful than ever before. They have the power to topple CEOs, reshape strategy.
We're participating in Free India's most glorious moment. For over 120 years, during the journey of our nation's independence, we haven't just been making in India. We have been passionately doing our bit towards making India. When in 1897 we started manufacturing locks, we weren't just making in India. We were envisioning a self-reliant India. When in 1920 we manufactured soap from vegetable oil, we weren't just making in India. We were showing the world a humane way to meet human needs. When in 1951 we built India's first ballot boxes, we weren't just making in India. We were partaking in India's journey towards becoming the world's largest democracy. When in 1955, we made Asia's first typewriters, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing to the nation's mission of propelling women into the workforce. When in 1958, we made refrigerators, we weren't just making in India. We were supporting the movement of freeing women from the kitchen. When in 1984, we introduced mosquito repellent mats, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing towards making India free from vector-borne diseases. When in 1991, we started making products that sustainably increased crop yields, we weren't just making in India. We were doing our bit to help farmers double their income. When in 2013, we made key components for India's first Mars mission, we weren't just making in India. We were participating in Free India's most glorious moment. For over 120 years, during the journey of our nation's independence, we haven't just been making in India. We have been passionately doing our bit towards making India.
And are the destination of choice for agency, brand, and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media. Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news, but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features, providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH, and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche bespoke events, and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach, and are the destination of choice for agency, brand, and media professionals across the industry. Exchange
influence government policy, kill products, and create unicorns. They demand truth, transparency, and the highest behavioral standards. We are embracing change, constantly innovating the way our clients and the public communicate, whatever the sector and whatever the challenge. Our client obsession means constantly evolving new products and services. We are innovating the future of public relations. Our belief is that brands with a clear, authentic purpose and performance strategies aligned to business objectives are most likely to succeed. We use strategy, creativity, and innovation driven by data and analytics to put your purpose and performance at the heart of all communications. Together, purpose and performance drive audience preference. We call this approach 3P communications. Hill and Knowlton strategies, always in beta. We believe that every corporation and brand has a public, and today's public is more powerful than ever before. They have the power to topple CEOs, reshape strategy, influence government policy, kill products, and create unicorns. They demand truth, transparency, and the highest behavioral standards. We are embracing change, constantly innovating the way our clients and the public communicate, whatever the sector and whatever the challenge. Our client obsession means constantly evolving new products and services. We are innovating the future of public relations. Our belief is that brands with a clear, authentic purpose and performance strategies aligned to business objectives are most likely to succeed. We use strategy, creativity, and innovation driven by data and analytics to put your purpose and performance at the heart of all communications. Together, purpose and performance drive audience preference. We call this approach 3P communications. Hill and Knowlton strategies, always in beta. We believe that every corporation and brand has a public, and today's public is more powerful than ever before. They have the power to topple CEOs, reshape strategy, influence government policy, kill products, and create unicorns. They demand truth, transparency, and the highest behavioral standards. We are embracing change, constantly innovating the way our clients and the public communicate, whatever the sector and whatever the challenge. Our client obsession means constantly evolving new products and services. We are innovating the future of public relations. Our belief is that brands with a clear, authentic purpose and performance strategies aligned to business objectives are most likely to succeed. We use strategy, creativity, and innovation driven by data and analytics to put your purpose and performance at the heart of all communications. Together, purpose and performance drive audience preference. We call this approach 3P.
When in 1897 we started manufacturing locks, we weren't just making in India. We were envisioning a self-reliant India. When in 1920 we manufactured soap from vegetable oil, we weren't just making in India. We were showing the world a humane way to meet human needs. When in 1951 we built India's first ballot boxes, we weren't just making in India. We were partaking in India's journey towards becoming the world's largest democracy. When in 1955, we made Asia's first typewriters, We weren't just making in India. We were contributing to the nation's mission of propelling women into the workforce. When in 1958, we made refrigerators, we weren't just making in India. We were supporting the movement of freeing women from the kitchen. When in 1984, we introduced mosquito repellent mats, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing towards making India free from vector-borne diseases. When in 1991, we started making products that sustainably increased crop yields, we weren't just making in India. We were doing our bit to help farmers double their income. When in 2013, we made key components for India's first Mars mission, we weren't just making in India. We were participating in Free India's most glorious moment. For over 120 years, during the journey of our nation's independence, we haven't just been making in India. We have been passionately doing our bit towards making India. When in 18... we started manufacturing locks, we weren't just making in India. We were envisioning a self-reliant India. When in 1920 we manufactured soap from vegetable oil, we weren't just making in India. We were showing the world a humane way to meet human needs. When in 1951 we built India's first ballot boxes, we weren't just making in India. We were partaking in India's journey towards becoming the world's largest democracy. When in 1955 we made Asia's first typewriters, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing to the nation's mission of propelling women into the workforce. When in 1958, we made refrigerators, we weren't just making in India. We were supporting the movement of
Check. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Requesting everyone to kindly settle down as shortly we shall resume with the program. Welcome back, everyone. Kindly take your seats. And I must remind everyone to kindly put their mobile phones on silent or vibrate only mode. Welcome back, everybody. I hope that you all had a good time. Well, we have some really exciting and exclusive subscription offers on BW Business World Group magazines. For more information, please get in touch with Mr. Vinod Kumar at the registration counter. And as we resume our summit, I must remind you, rather, I must request you all, in case you're posting any pictures, videos, or any comments about this event across any of your social media platform, please do not forget to use the hashtag E4MPR40under40, hashtag E4MPR and Corp Comm, and hashtag PR40under40 Summit. This brings us to the second panel discussion of the day. The topic at hand is what has been the success of PR agencies when they expand their territorial reach in the regional market. Joining us, please put your hands together for our panelist, Ms. Nikita Nanda, Vice President at Factors PR. Please give it up for Ms. Karishma Sen, CEO, Goodbird Media. And let's give it up for Ms. Naina Jha, Associate Director, Grey Matters. Let's welcome the moderator of the session. Please give it up for Ms. Rishu Singh, Senior Manager, Corporate Communications, Fortis Healthcare Limited.
Yeah, hi, welcome back, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. I can't see the smiling faces after the nice meal which everyone had. Yeah, so it shows that everyone has enjoyed the lunch. So I'm Rishu. I'm your moderator for the session. And of course, we have the panelists here, Nikita Ananda, Vice President at Practice PR, Karishma Sen, CEO, Good Word Media, and Nana Jha, Associate Director, Grey Matters. So the topic for the session is what's the success of PR agencies when they expand their territorial reach in the tier 1 cities, that is non-metros. So of course, we all know that a lot has changed, since COVID and since digitization of PR. A lot of brands in non-metros are taking up PR, and they want to have a PR outreach for their brands which are based in non-metros. So of course, with this context, my first question is to you, Nikita, that what do you think is the success mantra for PR agencies to, have a brand outreach in tier 1 markets, non-metros?
So Rishu, thank you firstly, for bringing such an important topic to light, which is how do we cater to regional markets, right? Fortunately for us at Ad Factors, we have the largest regional network. And that gives us, a sort of an advantage in terms of cracking a good story. And often we've realized that that's literally what saved the day, right? So because as far as challenges are concerned, it's extremely homogeneous in nature. As far as infrastructure is concerned, it's less developed. As far as the talent pool is concerned, it's very difficult to find the right kind of talent which sort of understands the nuances of, that particular region, the demographic, the emotion, the psychographic of that particular area. And as you'd understand, right, like a Kanpur behaves very different from a Ludhiana, right? So I think cracking that is extremely essential. It's like I often say, it's like finding a needle in a haystack, except the needle is a good story and the haystack is India. So yeah, so I think that's what I feel about it.
Thank you. So the second question for you is, Karishma, that, how do you think that in terms of PR, regional markets are different from tier non-metros? Because, we see that the regional markets are very different landscape. Mostly how the PR agencies operate is that they operate through stringers and they don't generally understand what the client DNA is. So what are your thoughts on this?
I work for Good Word Media, and that's a boutique agency. So I'll bring in the perspective of a boutique agency over here. So we can't have infrastructure in, say, a tier 2 city and the regional market. So we hire the locals and the stringers over there. Now, connection is one of the most essential part, and doing the research and development and finding the right kind of connection is something which is very, very important. And I think so, the whole narrative from a tier 1 to a tier 2 city or a regional market changes. The media changes. A tier 1 market might operate on a Instagram more, but the media of a tier 2 or a regional market uses Facebook more. So, the medium, so there's one thing which is good for a regional market also, that it's less cluttered. It's more strategically placed. We know what to do when. And I think so hiring the right kind of probably professional than bringing in a new market person is very important. So that is something which I feel is advantage as well.
Right. And also one of the challenges, which regional markets also have is that, the journalists, they are very less, there are very few journalists who cover the same beats. So what are your thoughts on that?
So I would say that when I look for a stringer, so I actually look for two things. That first of all, that person has to be seasoned, and maybe I find for an ex-journalist, who knows the people over there, because of course, there are very less journalists over there. So yeah, these are the few things to keep in mind.
Nana, your thoughts on this?
See, the success in regional market for a PR firm totally depends on how you understand the nuances of a particular market. You know, the strategies that you apply in metros or tier one cities will certainly not work in regional markets. You know, and it's always being said that every 100 kilometer the language changes, the food habit changes, the purchasing habit changes. So you really need to understand the nuance and engage local micro influencers, who understands the market and can work a great deal for you.
Sure. And so what are the preparations you feel that a PR agency should do before they plan expansion in the non-metros? So Karishma, so your thought on this?
The preparation, of course, there should be a lot of research to go for the kind of market, the kind of vernacular, the language they use, the significant people placed in the market. So for instance, I handle this entity called Royal Fables as well, and we go to a lot of regional markets. So in Awadhi region, we found there of how to promote Royal Fables. So Royal Fables is an exposition wherein the art, craft, cuisines of the royalties are promoted. Okay, so once we go to a regional market to promote that, so we got one of a leading filmmaker from the region of Awadh, from the house of Kotwara, Mr. Muzaffar Ali. So we got him on board. We got a local designer on board as well. And then we promoted it through them as well, and of course we got we have this local person who is a stringer, of course. So that is how we kind of leverage that and promote it. So the main thing about it is that your connections have to be really strong. And there's a problem also that if you're spreading yourself too thin, so there's a problem of image also. It might be that the person doesn't work for you. So you need to have a backup plan as well.
Sure. So Nikita, Ad Factors is present in almost in the entire nook and corner of the country. And I know that you all have a lot of pan-India mandates, like of course Apollo is there, Credit National was there. So what has been the strategy while serving these clients, in the non-metros? Because of course, mostly as we discussed earlier that, it's the stringer-based approach of which works there. So what is the strategy which you follow to give the client all the benefits they want from, the news from the non-metros?
So Rishu, I'll answer this with an example also because I see a lot of you all sleeping after lunch. So, and in cue to what Karishma said, really, so we service a brand called Tata Tea, right? And their brand tagline is called Desh Ki Chai, right? And their mandate to us essentially was to help the artisans, especially post-pandemic, the kind of economic plight that the artisans faced during the pandemic. How do we sort of help them? How do we connect the brand? How do we resonate with it, right? So that essentially was the objective of the mandate. What we suggested as an agency was the fact that, we culled out 26 hand-painted kullars, which sort of represented every state, culture of every state. And obviously we linked it with Independence Day to give it that whole topical outreach, right? To link it with a special day. It was received extremely well. While it was a national campaign, it was essentially down to the roots. We tied up with Rituraj Mohanty, who did like a digital film to talk about the story of the artisans from their perspective, what they face, the challenges that they face, how did they sort of sail through the entire journey, etc. And of course, this was launched across all of these, the main core cities in each state. The proceeds of that particular campaign went back to these artisans. So that I think for me, that was very dear because very few marketing dollars were spent. It sort of reflected it addressed a topic, it addressed a burning issue, right? And there was a huge emotional connect with the campaign that we were able to achieve. So I think those are some of the strategies that we essentially use to stay afloat.
Sure. Nana, your thoughts on this?
Yes. I'll quote an example of, so we work with an electricity utility company in Bihar. So when we started working on that particular project, our challenge was to counter the negativity around electricity among consumers. So how do we do it? So what we did, as our director, Dr. Anand, also showed in his presentation, we created two mascots, that is Bijli Didi and Voltage Bhaiya, who were character-wise very local yet. And what we did, so Voltage Bhaiya, we proposed him as a consumer who has a lot of issues with the electricity company, and Bijli Didi will be speaking on behalf of the company, who will be giving all the answers, so that really worked for us. So I think understand what is the problem, then make strategy. Clarity of message is the key, I think. Yes.
Okay, so also what comes to my mind is that, also, of course, when we have these pan-India campaigns and when you have clients who want their focus of growth in, metro cities, what about the role of micro-influencers when you come to non-metros? Do you think that is there also important aspect which needs to be considered?
Absolutely. So Rishu, micro-influencers today for a lot of brands have become mainstream, right? So while there are the catty influencers that pretty much enjoy a lot of the limelight, all your mom wears Prada and the works, right? But micro-influencers essentially are typically ruling the roost. And slowly this is catching up across agencies, boutique, national or otherwise, right? Wherein now these guys have a huge social following, right? If you look at apps like Public, etc. This is essentially what they're riding on, right? They have these local heroes who have a huge local connect. They have a huge local following. And if you look at, even if you look at some of the larger national brands in terms of how they're spending their marketing dollars, a recent example that comes to my mind is the Swiggy Instamart, right? So Madhavan did this whole series, which was received in, I think, Malayalam, Telugu, etc., in the local language, which spoke about the benefits of ordering from Instamart. It spoke about, the price advantage that you get. And it's a fun banter that these, the Madhavan and his wife are having, which is essentially like, I think, a 20-video clip. And they rolled it out nationally, right? They were separate for the South region, wherein, Inadu, of course, becomes a huge win for those, for that particular region. Then it was rolled out in a separate Punjabi for the Punjab region. So I would say it's huge. There's absolutely no way that you can ignore the role of micro-influencers anymore.
Right. Any case studies, Karishma, which you might like to share about the involvement of micro-influencers in non-metros?
So yes, I was actually handling a NGO called Giri Foundation. Okay, and that foundation's main aim was to promote the women from the mountains, okay, and to give them job opportunities and to provide around 1 million job by 2025. And somehow I feel that the micro influencers played a very vital role in this. We even hired a municipal corporation woman who was promoting art, okay, and that whole promotion of their art and getting into a market like Delhi and the metro cities from a regional market was a success also. And that I said, there was just one person, okay, who got in 10,000 people, and we had more of such women as well. So I think so micro influencers are one of the key points in promoting any brand if you have to bring it in the eyes of the local consumers and then to a national level. The strategy is staying for sure, but micro influencers plays a very vital role. And I think so Nikita also gave a very nice example of the Swiggy Mart. So yeah.
Sure. Nana, any examples from you?
Yes. So firstly, micro influencers. Why micro influencers? Two reasons. First, of course, they know the local audience, their taste. And second, if you see affordability factor, micro influencers are pretty good. You cannot always go for celebrity influencers. Micro influencers will help you. They are budget friendly. And celebrity influencers, you won't see many celebrity influencers interacting with their target audience, but micro influencers do so. And again, I'll quote an example. So we were working with water resources department, and there was this flood. So we started a campaign called Hello WRD, wherein you can write on social media platforms that I'm stuck here and use the hashtag Hello WRD. So what we did, we engaged radio jockeys and then other influencers to spread this message across, and it really helped. Yes.
Sure. So another question which comes to my mind is that, since most of the agencies, be it a large agency or a boutique agency, they have been expanding into non-metros. So what is the business revenue which comes from these non-metros? Like, is it a pan-India mandates which you have been servicing from there, or is it regional clients who are being serviced from there? What is the business proportion when it comes to your business parameters, servicing clients or having a team in non-metros?
So I think it's unique to each mandate, dependent on, whether you're servicing a B2B brand, whether you're servicing a B2C brand, right? So for a brand like a Tata Tea, regional is extremely important, right? While of course the metros are essentially where they want all the media to be in place as well. But I'd largely say that either can't be ignored. A lot of startups have currently sort of come from, these regions. Like a major chunk of our startups essentially come from cities like a Pune, cities like a Ahmedabad, of course, is a core region. But even like a Ludhiana, for example, right? A Jaipur becomes a core to this thing, but a lot of startups are giving us a lot of traction. So I think for all of these centers, regional media for them becomes extremely important. And from that standpoint, whether it's CX or thought leadership, whether it's talking about a particular service, right? All of that becomes extremely important. Why would, also today, Anand mentioned earlier during, his talk, the whole importance of data analytics. Now, dependent on where your business essentially is coming from, right? So is it a tier 1? Is it a tier 2? Which a lot of e-commerce brands get a lot of pull and traction from because of non-existent of, global brands, etc., where all your Mintras are, reaching different pin codes. So there, all of this becomes extremely, extremely important.
Your views, Karishma?
So of course, it depends on the kind of business you have and the region you want to cater to. But 70% of the population of India is in the regional market. And I think so 30% of that population tries to move to tier 1 cities as well. I mean, to cater to that population, that is where actually the money is as well. All these regional market have a lot of purchasing power. So it depends on the kind of brands that want to cater to that audience. But I would say that, I mean, it is one of the most important things to have a regional PR.
Sure. So I think another challenge also which most of the clients would be facing is, when it comes to regional markets, TOI and HT is what they want. But the way regional markets operate is very different. What mostly sells there is regional papers. So what is your answers to the brands when they come and ask for you a TOI or HT, and then you say that, no, that's not possible. We can only have a regional paper. And also because, there is no digital media in regional cities, it's more of the FBs. There are no quints, there are no there is no PTI mostly. PTI is mostly covers crime and all that. So what is your solution to clients in such situations?
I'll take that. So I think it's extremely important, and I'm sure most of you all will agree with me here on this one. One is, you're pitching to a client for the heck of it because you want the business on board so desperately. But often as PR professionals and, to get higher monies, we forget it's very, very important to educate the client, right? In terms of the outreach, in terms of what a Dainik Bhaskar and what is the outreach of a Dainik Bhaskar or a Sakal versus any of these other CAT-A publications. I think that knowledge and that education is extremely important, whether it's a client, whether it's a Corp Comm, trying to meet their KRA basis, pushing the PR professional and to stand your ground essentially, right? Not every news is going to be picked up by a ET or a ET money. It has to be relevant. And that education is extremely important. I mean, we're not buying space, right? We're educating the masses with our pitches that we work so diligently on, etc. So I think it becomes our responsibility to sort of educate, when we get such asks, really. I can't put it in a more lighter fashion.
And, I agree 100%.
And to what Nikita said, I would say, think global and act local is the key. As in, always Times of India and Economic Times won't work. You have to go to Dainik Jagrans and Dainik Bhaskars, because somebody sitting in Sundargarh of West Bengal or, Tinsukia of Assam won't read maybe Times of India or Economic Times. You have to rely on the local newspapers and local media channels.
So I think what would work best there is some innovative strategies to handle the regional markets. And I'm sure that you must be doing that. So anything you would like to point out here? Any innovative strategy, any on-ground media activation, any roundtables which you must have done for any of your clients who are based in non-metros?
Sorry, if you can repeat again.
So I said, of course, when you don't get the TOIs and HTs, there are other strategies which can work, to please the client. So maybe there can be some on-ground activation or maybe a roundtable on that particular subject. Maybe someone wants to do something on road safety. So do some activation on road safety, do a roundtable on road safety. So any such examples which you may have done for your client in the regional markets?
Yes. So there are a lot of things that you can do, for instance, you said road safety. So yeah, if I have to do that, I can always, educate my target audience through Nukkad Natak, going to colleges and collaborating with them. So by that, not only we are catering to our clients' need, we are also helping students, to showcase their talent. So we did it with traffic department. You can always do that. There are always ways, not always you have to go to a newspaper. I think there are a lot of ways, and the key is doing research, understanding what is the requirement, and the challenges, of course, key. These are the challenges that I may face while going ahead, and framing your strategies accordingly.
Sure. So another question which also comes to me is like, what should be then the overall strategy when, maybe, of course, maybe a boutique agency or an agency which is coming up? What should be the 2 to 3 things to keep in mind when you start expanding in the regional market?
The first thing is, of course, you have to research a lot and, talk to the local people, find out about their language, the media which is used over there. Secondly, you can probably connect with the local community as well. Connecting to a local community give your brand a leverage, and the audience and the target audience in that regional market a strong connect as well. So a trust a trustworthy brand is something which will connect to the local audience. So these are things big companies can employ small boutique agencies and, spread their wings and come to the local market, regional market, get their help. And yeah.
And also, I think PR agencies need to, while looking to sealing a deal, we need to communicate to our potential partners that what are we going to what are we going to bring to the table, many a times people in regional markets think that PR is marketing or advertising, which it is not. It is no magic wand, that will yield results very soon. So you need to actually make it clear it will take time, to yield, desired results. It is very important to clear this out to your potential partners.
Yeah, so that was my next question, that what does it takes to convince a client to make them understand what PR is and what advertising is? Because people in tier 2, tier 3, they don't know what PR is, they think, acha, ye to paise dene padenge, ye to chhap jayega. This is the language they use, right? So what is that which takes a PR agency, be it a large agency or a boutique agency, to convince the brand that no, PR is what you should do next?
So this is where education comes into play, right? Which I pretty much said earlier, wherein, one is the reason why you invest in local talent is one of these reasons. You have to really, really, I think more so when you're hiring nationally, hiring locally, regionally, picking the right talent, somebody who understands the nuances, somebody who understands the emotional connect, somebody who understands the law for that matter of a particular state or a city that they operate in becomes extremely, extremely important, right? For a lot of brands, actually, it might not make sense also, right? So a lot of brands, PR may be just one leg to the entire campaign, but it's an important leg, right? For a brand that is dominant in, say, in a Lucknow or a Kanpur, you can't ignore a Dainik Jagran or a Amar Ujala, right? So in that sense, it becomes extremely important to understand locally, where is your brand connecting? Who are we resonating with? Who's your target audience really, right? What is the psychographic of that particular individual who you're looking to target? The reason that a brand like a Swiggy or Instamart is going local, or even for other brands, who completely localize their language when they enter into India, it falls for this reason in entirety, I feel.
Your thoughts on this, Karishma?
I think so. Even from a boutique point of view, boutique agency point of view, to educate the client, to even educate, to hire the local resources from different regions is very important. Again, to state the difference between advertising and PR for a regional thing. Advertising might give you an instant buzz, and but a PR gives a long-lasting buzz. It keeps on the buzz alive. So this is something.
Sure. So my last question to everyone here is that then what do you think are the pros and cons of expansion in a non-metro and a tier 2 or tier 3 city?
The first is that, just because they misunderstood with advertising and marketing, the return on investment. They think that the capital I'm investing, I want the results at the earliest, I would say. Their PR agency has to face a challenge, how are we going to do it? Because it takes a lot of time to make your potential partner understand how we are different from marketing and advertising. So that is one challenge I think you face. Second is getting a trained PR, professional in regional markets. That is also a challenge. And even if you get, what happens many a times that they are trained under you, they understand the nuances, and then what happens? This happens especially with the small PR agencies, I would say. they shift to, after taking that training, they shift to tier 1 cities and, with big brands. So that is also very challenging, I would say.
Sure. Anything on this, Karishma?
Yeah, again, when we go to the regional market and we hire the stringers over there, so it's like we're spreading ourselves too thin, right? And even the image of a PR company overall plays a very important role. So if that person over there is not doing justice to the PR activities which have been assigned, then it plays a very important role for a PR agency as well, because their image is at stake. So these are a few challenges, but I would say regional marketing is very rewarding as well, to increase the business, to increase the reach. And of course, as stated earlier also, that 70% of the population is in the region. So to increase everything, PR strategy is good for a regional market.
Your last thoughts on this, Nikita?
I'll summarize by saying it's like catching a fish. You really need to know where to cast the line and, what bait to catch the fish with. And I think that is the importance really of regional marketing.
Sure. So I hope that everyone enjoyed the session. And of course, we know that, 66% of the papers, the languages is all 66 is all, regional, be it Hindi, vernacular. And that is why I think the need for expansion in regional markets, because I think post-COVID and of course with so many papers not getting printed after COVID, a lot of people want to take up PR for their respective brands. So of course, so that is how we sum up. And of course, thank you everyone for joining. And I hope everyone had a good time and enjoyed the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies. Can I please request you all to kindly come up front for a group picture? And also to present a small token of appreciation from our side, please welcome Miss Ritika Raj, correspondent E4M, on the stage. Thank you very much, ladies. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the music. Thank you very much. Kindly turn up the volume for mic number 101. Perfect. Before we move on to the next session, well, after lunch sessions थोड़े से lazy हो जाते हैं, with no fault of our own. Everybody has a piece of paper, a blank sheet, and a pencil right in front of them? Right, perfect. मैं ऐसे assume कर रही हूँ कि सभी को लिखना और पढ़ना आता है? बहुत आम सी बात है. Right, perfect. हिंदी समझ आती है? अगर हिंदी properly लिखनी नहीं आती तो आप English हिंदी में लिख सकते हैं. मैं शब्द आपको हिंदी में बताऊंगी. You can write it down in English, the language. Right, perfect. But before I start, I must request you to hold on to your patience. And I must also inform you that this activity does have an end. Answer है. शुरू करें? मैं आपको 3 sentences बताने वाली हूँ. I must request you to write them down. All right? शुरू करते हैं. Ready? हिंदी में बोलूंगी, हिंदी में लिखना है, लेकिन लैंग्वेज आप भाषा का प्रयोग इंग्लिश कर सकते हैं या हिंदी कर सकते हैं. नंबर 1, शाम एक बैल के साथ खेत में है. शाम एक बैल के साथ खेत में है. बेटा, नंबर 2, शाम एक किसान है। नंबर 2, श्याम एक किसान है। नंबर 3, श्याम अपने बैल को करता है। श्याम अपने बैल को करता है। Write it. I'm pretty sure there was a lot of otherwise feelings in the room when I said that I believe everybody is well rehearsed. लिखना पढ़ना आता होगा तो ये लिखिए ना प्लीज। श्याम अपने बैल को करता है। And trust me, towards the end of this evening, I will give you the answer. ऐसा नहीं है कि इसका जवाब नहीं है। चलिए ठीक है, थोड़ा समय देते हैं, आप गूगल कर लीजिए, जैसा आपको ठीक लगे, दोस्तों को कॉल कर लीजिए। Maybe together, all of us can find an answer. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the next panel discussion of the day. The topic at hand is how to make the youth industry ready. Please put your hands together for our panelist. Joining in, thank you very much, ladies. Loving the enthusiasm. Please give it up for Miss Ayushi Arora, CEO and founder, Media Corridor. Please welcome Miss Madhvi Chaudhary, PR Manager, Media Mike. Please give it up for Miss Neha Gupta, AVP Value 360 Communications. And sharing the session with us, we have Miss Shabasti Malik from Exchange for Media.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's welcome to have a lovely set of panelists with me here today for the event. And the topic we are going to talk today about is how to make the youth industry ready. And my first question would be that experts have noticed that there is a considerable gap between education and the ever-evolving PR practices that are going on in the industry at the moment. So according to you, how can that issue be addressed? If I can start with Neha.
Thank you for the question. And I think it's a great panel because we are all women leaders right here. Answering your question, when it comes to education and the ever-evolving PR industry and how dynamic this industry is, the most core point to address here is that many of us, we do get a lot of industry gyan during our college times from the industry leaders. They do come down, give us pointers on what is PR and PR tools that we are supposed to use. But unfortunately, when we come on the real battlefield, we are all clueless. We don't know how to resonate with the theory and practical. So it's very important to have an amalgamation of theory and practical coming together. It's also very important that on-the-job training is given to PR professionals, because I honestly believe learning is on the job in communications industry. It is nothing to do with theory. My suggestion is if education institutes collaborate with industry bodies like PRCI, this will help them to revisit the curriculum, course content, and accordingly we'll have smarter youth, more professionalism will be there, and that will also address the business literacy and business etiquettes.
Okay, thank you. Madhvi, if we can have your opinion on the same.
I totally agree with Neha. So post-pandemic, the world has changed drastically. There has been a digital transformation in almost every sector, and PR is no less. So, and adding to it, the lack of academic curriculum to keep pace with the changing industry has really widened this gap. In fact, I was just talking to a colleague who has just joined our company, and she has passed out from DU, and it was sad to know that even premium universities like DU, who have societies and communities built for every other mainstream field, be it consultancy, campus placements, or marketing, advertising, they have nothing for PR. PR is not promoted as a strong foot mainstream field.
and it's sad to know, but I really feel how this wide gap can be addressed is if we as PR professionals and all the youngsters, they really invest into self-learning and constant upskilling. Universities should really start exploring other ideas of engineering their curriculum. There should be internship-based curriculums wherein the students can work on real-time industry projects and get to know what they're planning to set their foot into in future. In fact, I would like to quote an example of a B school that I was working with for a campaign. So they have a very nicely engineered curriculum wherein they organize sessions regularly where they collaborate with new age founders, startup founders who come to the university, and the students get to shadow their mentors. The mentors who are not just the educators, but the real life mentors who they see on stage talking about great things. So it's a very good idea if universities could build a collaborative ecosystem wherein both can, nurture the youth together.
Thank you. Ayushi, as a founder of a PR firm, how do you see this problem?
So I'd like to talk for the motion, which, as against what the two of you said, the gap is there. That's definite. Okay. Why the gap is there is because the PR industry is evolving, and it will always be. You can't therefore change the foundation ground of what public relations is. The theoretical knowledge that the institutes are, imparting to the students, for example, you can't change that. What can be done, however, according to my opinion, is you can redefine it, by running sessions with industry experts. Invite them to have an in-person session with your students. So they get the knowledge of an outside agency expert coming and talking to these young, vibrant professionals in future that they would be on what is the other side of the table like. You've not seen that world. You're just studying about it. So the foundation ground is set. But what is it going to be once you're out of this is what's happening in the agency side, the client side that we work with. So once you have that opinion shared with somebody from the industry who comes forward, educates them further about it, has sessions with them, that's when they'll be open to that. So I would say re-evaluating that, maybe in terms of more course curriculum-based quarter sessions that they can do is one. Second, I truly feel there should be an exchange program. Imagine that you have like your PGDM course in public relations that you're doing. Give 3 months of that to an agency that you get to work with. They certify you further. So when you're completing your course, you're just not ready. You're an industry-ready professional. When you're meeting somebody for an interview tomorrow, you don't just say, I've graduated from an ex-college, for example. You say, I already have a trainee experience. So I was a professional while I was being educated. And I say that, why? Because the college that I come from, so I'm from a journalism background, and I studied my journalism from an Institute of Journalism and New Media. We didn't have books. No books, no theoretical knowledge. It was completely practical. Go out on the fields, figure out a new story, come back. So I've learned it on how do you find a hard news angle, a soft news angle. So when I actually got my first job with Times Group, I didn't tell them that I've just about completed the course. I could bring to the table the case studies I've worked on, the stories I've reported on. Cut, copy, paste. If I do the same to public relations particularly, I would say when I'm interviewing somebody, I would love it if they tell me that they worked on an ex-client with an ex-agency, and this is what they brought to the table. That just adds more stars to their resume. So I'd like to end on that.
Okay, thank you. So there is no denying the fact that there is a gap between the PR industry requirements as well as when a future professional is studying the course. So how do you think that these young professionals can be engaged in the everyday operations of the PR industry? Like you suggested that during the courses, they can have real PR leaders come in and have courses, or maybe the students can have a tie-up, or the colleges can have a tie-up with PR firms for the students to go through real courses. what are the other ways that students and young professionals can be engaged in the field so that they are industry ready? Neha, if I can start with you.
So while we are talking, while we are addressing, we spoke about the gap, right? Going back to the first question, and now coming to the question that you're asking, and I'm buying time here. So basically, it is not about what they can do when they are a professional or when they're joining a company. It is actually taking few steps back. And why don't we have internships or live projects when we are in our 11th grade, when we are actually about to choose a subject which is going to streamline my future career? Why I'm saying so is from a personal experience. So I started my career as a banker, and here I'm as a PR professional. If I was given this opportunity to do an internship or a live project at early age, I would have chosen right subjects, streamlined my life, and done less experimentation. So I have my background with various companies because I wanted to experiment because I had no experience. And then finally, I found one fine day, I understood that, okay, this is a place I want to be in. And I have done enough experimentation. And unfortunately, employers don't even like that because we don't show stability. So finally, we came to a point that, okay, if internships and live projects were there, rather than just giving 40 hours to your theoretical knowledge without a basic insight and robust understanding about the dynamic communication industry has, things would have been much easier, right? So in my opinion, life projects and internships are super important, and that's how we can inculcate more understanding in the youth.
Okay, thank you. Madhvi, if we can have your point of view on this.
Yeah, so again, linking it to my first question. So we say that public relations is much of a learning on the job kind of a field, and we don't need really to be expert with our learning academics and theoretical knowledge. But again, like you need to have certain skill set to be able to perform in the field. And with the changing world each and every year, sooner than we expect, now just the core skills like marketing mindset, they have business literacy because they're going to work with organizations, big organizations. They're going to work with startups who are, coming up with so much technology and innovative ideas. You need to have a mindset who can set foot into the entrepreneur's mind and think through him, like what the company needs to do to be there with the public, to be able to target the public audience. And to have this, the youth should really have the youth should really develop a learning mindset to be able to keep up with the trends.
And if I could add here,
yeah, yes,
most
please.
of the times we are taught that be adaptive, be flexible. Like us as employees also, we tend to say the same to the youth. I think rather than being adaptive and flexible, today's youth needs to be very curious to learn, unlearn, relearn, and just do it throughout your careers. Have that kida of experimenting, go out, talk, and that's how you can actually further grow in your careers.
Thank you. Ayushi, if we can have your views on the same.
We are the youth.
Yes,
by
we
the
are.
way.
We are.
We're in this session. I don't know if we should have been there or somebody rather older, but if we are the youth and we are in this session, I'd say, I wish somebody told me this in school. Just be disciplined. So I was an elocutionist. I would just win every elocution award that I would go for. Little did I know that that could help me mature into a public relations professional that I am today. I think that set of knowledge should start early in your school days. We had consultancy sessions. We were open to psychology, marketing, etc. that was introduced to us based on our skills. I wish somebody at that point in time would have told me, study public relations.
So you mean to say that public relations should be inculcated in the curriculum from school level?
Yes, there are some B schools, not naming them though. Marketing books of theirs, by the way, just have a paragraph on public relations, just a paragraph. a relative of mine, he's young, he's just about completed his MBA, and he tells me, okay, I know what you're doing. It's a paragraph of what he studied. Okay, so he's like, oh, I know what you're doing. I was like, lovely, you've studied about it. So we can talk finally, you know, because public relations as a terminology does not go down well with people in terms of what is it? They don't understand that well. So this young boy says, I know what you do now. And I talked to him about it. I'm using words such as crisis communications, influencer marketing, pitch notes and press releases. I've read about it. So I was like, so he's like, I've read about it. He's just read about it. He's not really involved in it. So it means that I'm not saying just the PR institutes should have, you know, somebody from the agency side coming forward and talking to this. Even the MBA institutes, even the management colleges should have an open ground where public relations professionals should go out there and talk it out, because they are the leaders of tomorrow as well, coming up with a lot of startup ideas that they have. PR would ride the wave for them. For once, they can give up on digital.
They can give up on digital.
For once.
Okay.
The PR person has the power to convince with a compelling story idea that they have.
Yes. In our discussion earlier, Neha, you were mentioning that you would like to ask Ayushi a question.
So Ayushi, since you've just started a company, right? So since you've just started a company and you must be attracting a lot of youth resumes coming in, what's your first question when you're actually interviewing the youth? And what are the qualities that you're observing? Again, from my experience, I would like to share, when I went for my first interview, I was asked, what's the experience that you have? And my response was that I didn't get experience in my mother's womb. So I think you're the one who has to actually give me experience. So what's your question? What are the responses that you get?
So when I get resumes, whether from PR background or not, I consider myself lucky and fortunate if I get a resume from somebody who's coming from a good agency experience, much like you all here. And I would have the opportunity to work with them thereafter. I feel blessed there. But then I also get resumes that they've just about started their career and they're ready to learn. So I evaluate both. But to both of the profiles, I just say, please, just please, on whatever do you do, just think like a journalist and pitch like a PR. Because the person you're talking to is very much dependent on the byline that goes. For them, that matters. So don't focus on just who your client is. Focus on making that story idea interesting enough for the journalist or the media influencer, I should say, to ask you in turn, oh, that's a great idea. Tell me about who your client is. Turn the table around. So I believe in pull mechanism, and that's what I focus on doing when I'm working with team as well. And that's the kind of youth I hope I can work with in times to come as well.
Thank you. Coming down to my last question is that you all mentioned that a hands-on industry experience is quite crucial for anybody who's planning to join the industry in the coming days. So what provisions do your agencies and firms offer to these young generation who can learn the ropes and, you know, dedicate their time and energy and talent to this field? Neha, if I can start with you.
So at Value 360, we empower the youth, right? And also we follow a training module, which is flipped learning module. So it's not the senior team leaders. It's actually the managers who are directly working with the teammates. They're the one who identify the skill gap and propose a training for that particular teammate, right? So it's not a blanket approach or one size fits all. It's an approach individually, whatever gap is there, we try to fill that gap by providing a training. And the another thing I would say, as industry professionals, we need to pass a baton of knowledge and understanding to the new joinees. So that's what we try and maintain and do.
Do you also does Value 360 also take in somebody who is looking for experience for their courses, or train somebody who has like a course mandate for their graduation degree,
so
like an internship?
So we do internship. So we do have internships, right? So apart from internships is the training modules that we introduce. So we do entertain and welcome resumes of interns who would want to come and work with us.
Thank you. Madhvi?
So I'm from Media Mike, and we are basically all about freshers. We are day in, day out just looking forward to hiring freshers, because the creative mind they bring along is very important to understand today's brands. Today the news is just available at the tip of your finger. There's so many events, so many social events going around, and the youth is the best bet here. They are most socially engaged, they are most socially conscious ever than before, and having them on board not just really helps us have innovative ideas from the social media perspective, but also it helps them understand what the brands are doing, how this industry really works, what they need to build more strong on, to put that on their resume when they go forward, how to equip themselves for the leadership roles they're going to take on in the careers moving forward. So apart from this, I personally basically validate a lot of support from the feedback I take from my juniors. I am all about. There's no shy that I do make mistakes, and I'm looking forward to what they have to tell me. I'm really looking forward to, again, what I say. They should have a learning mindset. I have that too. I keep learning from what they tell me, and I impart that in a stronger form way forward.
Thank you, Madhvi. Ayushi?
You guys cover all the points. I have two to add though. So I'd say when somebody joins Media Corridors, and if they're looking at a learning session, because all of them are, we do two things. First is giving them a mentor. Could be a colleague sitting right beside you, could be your immediate reporting person as well, could be the boss, that's up to you. That buddy system is something we follow very seriously, very, very seriously. Could be highs and lows in media pitches that you've made that really impacted you. Could be a day where there's been a lot of work and a pressure from another client that's coming in. So focusing becomes a problem, and a lot of and these are not HR related issues. These are honestly operations related, work related issues. So that's why we have a buddy mentor system at work. Everybody has one, and they can nitpick. So that's that. And we're a team of 12 to highlight that. And second, I'd say what we focus on is industry PR knowledge. If there is a finance client that we have, we request them to come have a session with the team, because while they are first educated that even if it's finance, under finance markets, finance markets PR is different, finance technology PR is different, valuations PR is different. To your client, it's the paper, it's the electronic media, and they all want to be profiled in that. To the PR, however, education has to be given from the client side on what they do, come educate them. To the PR, however, we focus on industry side knowledge on how it's to be done. While that's just one sector I focused on, we also focus on certain others, wherein we call the industry experts as our clients directly to come have a conversation. That's it.
I think the time's up. Thank you so much for joining me today. I had a lovely session.
Thank you, Shabas.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies. Can I please request you to kindly come up front and join us for a group picture? And to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf, please welcome Mr. Faisal Ali, Assistant Producer, Events A4M. A louder round of applause for Mr. Faisal Ali, perhaps. Thank you. And as I see the lovely audience clicking pictures and taking videos, please do not forget to use the hashtag if you're planning to post any pictures or videos or any comments about this event across any of your social media platforms. Please use the hashtag E4MPR, 40 under 40. Thank you, Mr. Ali. Hashtag E4MPR and Corp Comm, and hashtag PR 40 under 40 submit. This brings us to the next panel discussion. The topic at hand is rules of engagement between PR and the brands, managing each other's expectations. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panelist, Ms. Gehna Sahni, Director, Communications, India and Europe. Pitney, Bose. Ms. Sahni, एक second रुक जाइए. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Ms. Gehna Sahni, Director, Communications, India and Europe. Pitney, Bose. Thank you. Please welcome Ms. Lavina Gujral, COO, Kendall Communication. Welcome, Ms. Gujral. Please give it up for Ms. Tehseen Zaidi, Head Communications, Syngenta. And please put your hands together for our session chair, Ms. Ruchika Jha from Exchange for Media.
Very good afternoon to everybody present here. Welcome all the panelists. So today our topic is rules of engagement between PR agencies and the brands and how they manage each other's expectations. So without any delay, I would like to start. And my first question is that what are some of the founding parameters of the relationship between agencies and the brands? Very basic question. Ms. Zaidi, I would like to start with you.
Am I audible? Hello, everybody. I'm Tehseen. And to start with, I'll say that, I have worked I started my career with print, Times of India. Then I moved on to agencies. I worked with some of the leading agencies like Corporate Voice, Weber Shandwick, then Integral PR. Then I moved to electronic media. I worked with NETV for over a decade. And now I'm working with an MNC in the corporate communications department. So I have seen all sides of it. So I totally understand where the gaps are, where, we can work in most close coordination. So to summarize it, having seen all sides, first of foremost, I will say there should be a mutual respect. And the second thing will be, I will say, communication. So the communication should be very clear and crisp. I have observed sometimes that the briefing and the expectations of what our client wants and what the agency has to deliver doesn't match. So, and the third thing and the foremost thing is, understanding the news points, and, I always expect with all the PR agencies that who we work with that, a journalist, for them, it's a story, it's a byline. So they can't do everything for you and they can't write. Of course they write. So whatever you mail or you share with them should be relevant to them. The content should be rich, that they are able to use it properly. It should not be any content you're sharing and expecting to publish. And one more very important part, I like to say that, agencies and the brands should, agencies should work as a partner, not just like a project or just a client. So when they work like just a client or, just one project, then it's not close to your heart. So I always want to have a long-term association with whoever agency I work with so that they feel very close to the brand. When that closeness is there and belonging is there, and belonging is always there when, you work very closely, you inform all them about all the, developments, you keep them in the loop, and you are meeting face to face also. These days, virtually, I know the trend is there that everyone wants to have virtual meetings. I still don't believe in having virtual meetings. What I feel is that face-to-face meetings are very important. That will give you that human touch. The body language will be able to tell you, the other person's expectations apart from what you do on Zoom. And also, when you meet, you understand much more than, meeting virtually. So I think these are very important points which one should always consider. And I mean, as always, I say that important news points are very important. You give it to them and it will be published. So that news sense should always be there. So with that, I'd like to hand it over to my other lovely panelist who's waiting.
Ms. Gujral.
Yeah, thank you, Ruchika. Thanks, Tehseen. I would also like to iterate the fact that a mutually beneficial relationship is based on respect, number one, that is non-negotiable. In what do we mean by respect? Respect does not just mean that, we've entered into a contract and hence, we need to recognize what the brand stands for an agency, for a PR company. It's important to understand what the brand is wanting to achieve through the relationship. And for the brand, it is important to understand that the agency are the experts and hence Due credit should be given to their advisement, to their consultancy, and then only then can the engagement be fruitful. The other thing that I believe is when you enter into, if you want the relationship to be successful, when you're entering into it, be very clear about what the client expects and what you can deliver. Have complete clarity and work along those lines. Don't project yourself to be, promising something and then delivering something else. That does no one any benefit, certainly not the brand and certainly not to the reputation of the agency itself. Yeah, that's what basically I'd like to say. Those, I think, are fundamental. If your ground is secure, then the relationship will last long.
Miss Soni, what are your parameters?
Yeah, so I think Tehseen and Ravina have covered most of the points. Just to add to what they've already said, I think authenticity and rootedness in the organization's values is also very important. At its best, PR humanizes the brand. It helps bring the story of the brand to audiences. It tells you about the company, the products, its people. And in order to do that, all the things that they've talked about, trust, transparency, and teamwork are most important. So those are the three, and mutual respect, of course. So those are the three parameters that I think are most important for a healthy and long partnership with a PR agency and a brand.
Thank you, Ms. Soni. So my next question is that brands, agencies, and media, these three are interrelated. So how have their dynamics changed over the time? Ms. Devi?
I will see, for last 3-4 years, the trend has changed. It was the same, but now I think it has changed more. Now what happens is the journalists covering that particular beat, if the PR agency will mail them, they will just take it that the agency is just mailing it and they are doing follow-up. They will send the same mail 10 times. But when it goes from the corporate communications person, then they take it lightly. So somewhere, we have also to support our agency and take it in mind that if I am sending, okay, fine, they will take care of it. But again, with that trend, sometimes it gets into a situation that, I can't send everything from my side thinking that, it's not a serious job. So agency and the client has to work in a very close coordination. Okay, which one you are going to pitch and which I am going to pitch. So that's how I follow. When I know that it's really important, it will not be covered by the agency, then I say, okay, fine, I am speaking to this person, you speak, and we are sending. So, and for that also, for that trend also, having a news sense is very important. And I always stress on that. However good you are friend with the journalist or the editor or the founding editor, whoever they want some value for themselves. They will not take your content because you are asking them. They will take your content when you are adding value to it. You are giving them that thing which is something unique, special, or in our language, we call it exclusive. So that is where it is that we have to work in very close coordination, the agency and of course the corporate, whichever it is, to see what will be making news, who will be the target media, and then who we mutually decide who will be approaching. So somehow it's again that, you should understand each other, talk to each other, plan, strategize, and give that important newsy point that is relevant.
Ms. Gujral, from an agency's perspective, how have you seen the changes?
Sure. Things have definitely changed more so over the last 2.5 years, pre-COVID media, pre-COVID approach to PR versus what it is now is radically different. I think it is, as agencies, it is our job to be at the, to stay on top of how things are changing and to guide our clients accordingly. For example, I'd like to share this one thing. One of our clients once told us long time back, why can't the media just print what we give them? It doesn't work like that, and there has to be mutual respect. There has to be a mutual give and take. It has to be a win-win for everyone. Content, as Tehseen just mentioned, is king, absolute king. Exclusive content works fabulously well. Do not promise 5 publications exclusives, because that is no longer an exclusive really. So things like that. And, we've seen that even clients have, I work in the B2B tech space. That is where most of our clients come from. And we've seen that companies have also realized, brands have also realized, that chasing print doesn't really carry much weightage today. Today's print is, tomorrow's packaging material, as they say. Digital is what lives on. So chase that. It's amplifiable, it's replicable, it stays on, it creates, your footprint on multiple platforms. So change with the times, change with the changing scenario of the day, and it just needs to be a partnership between all three. Yeah, thank you.
Sonny? Yeah, so I think you guys have again covered most of the key points. And I agree with them because brands have moved to a more social first approach now. We do want to be going first to LinkedIn and Twitter to be talking about important news that is happening. Brands are chasing print and traditional forms of communication lesser. So the medium of communication has changed. The way people are consuming content has changed. What has remained the same and will continue to remain the same is storytelling. If a brand is able to transcend and tell a relatable story, that is what people are looking for, something that moves them, something that makes the brand relatable. And that is where, PR agencies come in and they can guide you. And we rely deeply on our agency to help us navigate the new world of podcasts and more technology related content. So I absolutely agree. It is about being exclusive. It is about being newsworthy, and it is about embracing the first social media first age.
Thank you, Ms. Soni. So as we're running out of time, the next question is final and it's kind of a lengthy one. So if you want me to repeat the question, I will happily do it. So the question is, sometimes the budget allocated for a particular campaign do not match the scale of the vision that we're supposed to do. So how are these issues addressed? Ms. Zedi.
So these are issues which always keep popping up every now and then. So what I do and what I feel everyone should do is, on a mutual consent, we should keep a, little extra budget for that campaign, because when you start the campaign, you have many things in mind. You do include it also. But then as the campaign goes on and you start promoting it, and sometimes, it starts trending, then you feel, okay, it's trending now, we need more, we need to do more. And then we have to, see. And of course, if it's a brand and an agency working together, then the agency will say that, okay, now we are running short of funds, what to do? So in that case, of course, we should always keep an extra budget, evaluate what is we are getting in return, and of course, seeing the company's budget and what we are doing, evaluate it very well, analyze it. But sitting at a position with a brand, you should always realize that the agency puts in their heart and soul to make your campaign work and be successful, and they are your equal partners. So when they come back to you that there's a budget constraint, try to support as much as you can. And of course, there's a lot of internal back and forth, which always happens. So we should always be prepared that we have some extra budget, which we can give later on if it's required, depending upon what kind of publicity and where the campaign is going. So that is what all I like to say.
Thank you, Ms. Edi. So, Ms. Gujral, is there a certain kind of standard according to which the success of a campaign is measured?
Definitely. The number one standard is, that initial benchmark that you have set along with your client, what it is that you're chasing, what it is that you are looking to achieve, whether in a 6-month horizon, on a 1-month horizon, or a 3-year horizon, whatever it is, and to consistently go back to the drawing board and draw and measure up whether or not you are inching towards that standard, towards that goal. Definitely. It could be in various formats. We know that it could be numbers of deliverables, it could be share of voice, it could be, whether it contributes to the brand's bottom line, or it helps in generating more leads, whatever it is that you benchmark yourself against. I think agencies need to stand tall and to be ready to stay ready to be judged according to that parameter, according to that benchmark that they agreed to when they were getting into the contract. I think the idea is that if you stay true to that, you will build relationships rather than chasing contracts, and that should be the aim of any fruitful relationship between a client and an agency. And that's the only way that you can have a nurturing relationship which will last long.
Thank you, Ms. Gujral. Ms. Soni, how do you address this issue and how do you measure the success of a campaign?
Right. Thank you, Ruchika. I think, what we've already talked about is very similar. What we need to do is obviously right at the beginning when you start planning a project, budget allocation and discussions about that should be done very clearly. It is up to the brand to listen to what the agency is telling you. You can't be shoving your numbers or your point of view on one side, but at the same time, you have to have that reciprocal relationship of trust that we talked about earlier to be able to hear them and adapt the plan accordingly. Going back to the drawing board, absolutely. If it is a 6-month campaign, having regular catch-ups to ensure that the campaign is running as per plan, any iterations that need to be done are done and it is tweaked accordingly. That is important. And, once the campaign is done, learning from it, it's very important to do that. We constantly do that after we end a campaign to see what went well, what could be done better, and how to include that in the next campaign. So that is the first part of the question about budgets. In terms of measurement of success, that is a tricky one. And as one of the earlier panelists talked about, education is very important, not just between the PR agency and the brand, but also upwards, informing senior leaders who we report to, let's say the MDs or the CEOs, letting them know why PR is important, educating them a little bit so that when you go back on getting more budgets or why spend should be done, there's a clear case that is made for it. So I think those are the two answers to your question.
Thank you, Ms. Soni. We still have 3 minutes to go. So just one last question. 2 points on how crucial is crisis management in this engagement between PR agencies and brands. Ms. Zeti.
It is the most crucial part, I'll say, and I'll like to summarize it in one line. Always in any crisis or any situation, just put your foot in each other's shoe and know where that person is. I'll give you an example. While I was working with an agency, I had a very difficult client to handle. They will start calling me from 7 a.m. in the morning. So I'll be like, why are they calling me 7 a.m. in the morning and starting, and why every day starts with a crisis? Okay, this has happened in South Korea, this has happened here. And I will be every day, at night sleeping with a mindset that tomorrow morning, okay, 7 a.m. I'm getting a mail and then stinkers and all that. So that was my side of the story. Now telling when I'm sitting here and our head office is in Basel and most of my communications happens with the APAC region, which is Singapore. Singapore starts working early. So I start getting mails from 7 a.m. in the morning with requirements. We want this, we want that. So, and for that, if I have an agency, I'll need their support. So I start sending them. I mean, I try to be very decent, but I can't stop myself. By 8:30, I start sending them, okay, this is what I require. So now I understand what happens. And coming back to my point, so when I was handling that client as an agency, they asked me to come and sit at their office for 15 days. So I used to run and reach office by 9:30, 9:40. When I'll reach, I will say that, that person I was reporting to will have some 1,000 or 1,500 mails unanswered and her 2 phones ringing here and there, and she in a very messy situation. So for 1 week, I was a little reluctant. My body language was showing that. But after a week, I realized what situation she is into, and she was not calling me as much as I was thinking, considering the work and the time gap between, the countries you are reporting to. So that's why I said that it is very important that you know how to back each other up, how to complement, and also with empathy, with respect. Coming back to crisis management, yes, it is, I mean, with any brand you work, every time there is a crisis. So you have to analyze, evaluate, and see. There are times when I ask my agency purposely that I'm not going to mail anything. You are the one who's going to come in front. So I take the back seat, I do the back end work, they be the face and they work, and it really works. There are crises when I tell them, don't answer anyone's phone, ask them to call me and I'll handle this. You guys just mail what I have sent and it will be taken care of. So the role keeps reversing. So according to the crisis, we have to analyze who's taking the front seat, who's taking the back seat, and of course, when you are there and a brand is there and agency is there, then you have to make sure that close coordination is there. So everything come back to from where we started, mutual respect, working close coordination, more of physical meetings rather than virtual meetings, and respecting each other's times and each other's, company's objective, each other's objectives, and how we can work in a best conducive environment. So with this, I'd like to end this.
Thank you so much, Ms. Zedi. Just one point from you, Ms. Gujral.
I'll just keep it short. We work with Zoom. We've been working with them since 2020, since the pandemic hit. And if you have seen Zoom's journey in India, you know what a big, huge crisis it came into. And for whatever reason, it was a year-long crisis campaign for us, requiring us to be present as much as up to 16, 17 hours a day because of, their HQ being in the US and here the Indian government going after supposed Chinese companies, and for what reason Zoom got lumped with those, we will never know the truth about it. But even today, I mean, we feel proud the way we were able to support the client, and the client, of course, acknowledges us, the work that we did in the first year. It was very hard. It was nerve-wracking, and add to that the pandemic stress that we all had. But yes, if you cannot stand next to your brand, shoulder to shoulder with the brand at a time of crisis, you really have no business being partners, being in our contract. It's as simple as that. Easy times are easy for everyone. It's in the difficult times that you really see the mettle of an agency. And I think that that is when an agency really gets tested and should be able to stand the test of time.
Thank you, Ms. Gujral. Ms. Soni, your concluding remark.
Yeah, thank you. I'll keep it short now that the bell has gone off. I read a recent study that said 69% of leaders over the last 5 years have faced at least one crisis. I think it's highly underrated. We've all faced many more crises, especially the last couple of years. So we have heavily relied on our agency. It is about mutual respect, and it's the line that I live by. In times of crisis, an agency can help you prevent bad from getting worse because it's already out there, and they're there to help you firefight and be the front line. And hopefully this partnership will continue and help you prevent the crisis from getting worse. So yeah, that's about it.
Thank you, Ms. Soni. Thank you all for your valuable time here. Thank you so much.
Can I please request the panelists to kindly come up front for a group picture? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Astha Mishra, Senior Executive Events Exchange for Media, to present a small token of appreciation to our panelists. And a big shout out to the lovely audience. Any luck on the brain teaser that I gave you earlier? Any luck? None as of now. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, up next is a keynote session. The topic at hand is the changing face of marketing in an increasingly digital world. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our keynote address deliverer, Mr. Atul Raja, Executive Vice President, Global Marketing, Vadhvani Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's super easy to clap. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure being here, and I must thank the E4M team and Karan to have invited me here to share my views on a topic which I feel is extremely critical today, and it cuts across all the verticals of the comms industry. And when I say marketing, you'll realize, that it is applicable to some component or the other of marketing. How the digital transformation has impacted marketing and how marketeers have to reinvent themselves, I'll start by saying there have been two defining changes. Change number one, the strategic shift from brand centricity to customer centricity is almost complete. You know, the pandemic has changed the world, so why won't it change marketing? And point number two is a logical corollary of point number one. Obsession with the customer is the new normal now. So with these two thematic components, I'd just like to highlight what I think are my top 10 transformational elements of marketing as impacted by the increased digitization that has taken place during the pandemic, and post the pandemic it continues. First of all, the very economics of marketing has changed. You know, so even small players now can enter what I call as the advertising dogfight. And by no means I'm saying this that the bigger players with deeper pockets, you know, don't have the advantage. They have the advantage, but they no longer have the decisive advantage. So it's like a level playing field today. So from a marketer perspective, you know, a higher the spend need not result today in higher ROI. So when I'm speaking to you about these transformations, it's quite fascinating. You'll realize there are challenges, there are opportunities. As a marketer, you know, you may want to look at it either way. Secondly, inbound marketing has taken center stage, you know, with the media landscape virtually exploding, the footfalls to various platforms of organizations has also exploded. Now, these are the footfalls that are doing lots of research. You know, they are very pre-purchase savvy. So inherent in this is that there is a tectonic shift from what I call as brand push to brand pull. You know, when I started in my marketing and advertising career, we used to focus on print ads, electronic media, you know, and perhaps a few radio FM channels. So what was happening then? We always wanted to communicate what we wanted to say. But the trend is reversed now. You have to communicate what the customer wants to hear, right? So that's what inbound is actually changing the face of communication per se. Thirdly, somebody mentioned it in one of the earlier panels, content has taken preeminence over creatives, right? So my induction into the advertising and marketing field, first we used to conceptualize creatives with our ad agencies, and you know, the content used to come in as an afterthought. Today, I feel the situation is again reversed. It is the content that is driving the creatives. Yeah, so there are three types of content tasks that take place: create, curate, and cultivate. I think amongst all the three, the curate version is really exploding now. And there are brands that I personally feel are content-driven brands. Zomato is one. You know, it has 1.5 million followers on Twitter. It has close to 2 million followers on Facebook. And you'll keep wondering, like, Zomato should be focusing on footfalls to its app from where the business comes in. How come they're getting so much traction on these social channels? Simply because they are using a lot of humor in their content. They are using the cultural aspect in their content. They are using trending topics in that content. And I personally feel content has made that brand to a large extent. Look at Oreo. When Oreo came into India, you know, it was struggling against established brands like Parle, Britannia, right? And they did a lot of outreach to consumers, but it was finally their content strategy that helped them. So if anybody has followed Oreo, there is something called daily dunks, right? So they have this daily dunk content, like if it's a June 21, which is the longest day of the year, they'll have a stretched brand of or the packaging of Oreo, right? If it is July 1, which is Doctor's Day, they'll have Oreo packaged, in tablets where the tablets are kept. So that's how they created a lot of traction, and the brand is really doing well now. The fourth element, which is absolutely critical, is data has come into marketing in a big way. Now, so it is helping marketing in smart decisions and informed decisions and intelligent decisions. And, if you look at scenario-based marketing, it is also helping you in, measuring the ROI of your marketing efforts in a very scientific manner. AB InBev, the liquor major, very recently, I was reading, it has gone on record to say how they are using the data of their 2.5 billion customers they've increased their sales by almost 80%, right? Nike is snapping up tech companies now because they want to get into the mind of consumers. They want to, just understand what is the consumer psychographics and how it will influence incremental purchases in the future. Point number 5 is, if I may use the term, consumers are now increasingly promiscuous in their brand relationships, right? Whether it's a manufacturer or a retailer or an organization, they're finding it, marketing departments are finding it very difficult to understand what it takes to get consumer stickiness, right? Because where he's getting influenced and where he's moving out of your value chain, it's getting very difficult to understand, and hence consumer loyalty or brand loyalty, I personally feel, will be the bane of marketeers in the future. It's going to be the most difficult task that marketeers are going to face now. Another aspect is ad blindness, which is again pretty fascinating. 50% of the internet users today, consciously, subconsciously, or unconsciously, they just are averse to any pop-ups, any advertising. They just don't see it, right? And when the initial internet banners came up in 1994, when AT&T came up with the very first banner, the CTR at that time used to be 44%. And imagine today a CTR of 0.05%, which is still considered to be very healthy. So that's the kind of challenge in front of the marketeers as to, what happens, whether they should actually advertise or they should start looking at some other media apart from pop-ups. Point number 7 is the very shifting nature of the consumer engagement. When I was growing up in the field of marketing, the typical marketing funnel used to have a wide base at the bottom, right? And that used to be the area where we used to call it as the considered set. So that's where we attacked the consumers first. Then you narrow down his choice, go down to the next level, attack them again, and go to the apex of the funnel where 2-3 brands are there, and your marketing efforts used to endeavor that, you are part of those 2-3 brands. But it's all gone topsy-turvy. There is no considered set today, right? The consumer starts by having just 2-3 brands in his considered set. And, if you want to, so it's a challenge, like what do you do to just hit him directly to be there in his initial list, because there is no second opportunity. Point number 8 is the massive clutter. How do you avoid clutter? I personally feel, to avoid clutter today is to become part of the clutter itself, right? High frequency is high engagement. You can't avoid being part of the clutter, and you can't avoid the high frequency. I am personally actually doing, in a 6 months time, I must have done more than 600 creatives, right? There was a time when we used to give a front page ad in Times of India or a front page Solus ad, or a back page premium ad in Hindustan Times, and used to feel like it's a job well done for the quarter. but that's not the case today. You virtually need to have a creative factory. You need to churn out one creative after the other, perhaps 3 or 4 creatives to achieve that kind of deep penetration and reach, and to become part of that clutter, to actually avoid that clutter in digital space today. Point number 9, I think with the digital media exploding today, being human has become paramount. In 2020, when the pandemic was at its peak, there was a Coke commercial called, the human race, which caught my attention. It sets things like, for every boundary, for every barrier that is set up, there are boundaries that are torn down. For every classroom that is, for every school that is closed, there are classrooms that are opened up, hundreds of them. And it went on and on. And it ended, the commercial actually ended by saying, thanks for filling a glass with kindness and hope. So consumers today are actually valuing, or they are looking at the brand values. They are looking at the values of the organization or the brand that they want to associate with. It's not just a functional feature. And that's what the digital explosion is actually doing. It's bringing the human side of the brands to the fore today. And finally, 360-degree view of the consumer is paramount today. You have to dissect your consumer and understand the your target audience from left, right, center, or from whichever angle you look at the consumer. It's all about deep customer intelligence. It's all about insights. It's all about initiating immersive conversations. Because if you don't understand your consumer today, perhaps he will move out of your value chain very soon. And marketeers are increasingly warming up to the fact today that deep understanding of the consumer translates into unprecedented levels of customer engagement, right? That's the bottom line today. Look at Starbucks, how it uses the loyalty data of its consumers and gets into very specific behaviors and past purchasing patterns to give them very specific offers and to give them an experience that is unforgettable. So maybe the Starbucks consumer will always go to Starbucks and perhaps avoid a cafe coffee day. That's the endeavor. So these are, top 10 changes that I felt that the digital explosion has brought into marketing, which marketeers need to brace up, both as challenges and as opportunities. And having said that, I would just like to end this, my speech by saying that we need to attack the consumer today at every stage of the consumer decision journey. That's where we are going towards. And that's the difference between omni-channel marketing and what we call as multi-channel marketing, where you look at a consumer today, you talk to him at the call center, then at the next stage, you drive him to your chatbot, then at the next stage, you drive him to the social handles and hence to the call to action page on your website. So you are actually living the experience at every stage of the consumer decision journey. And folks, I'd just like to end by saying that the changes to marketing because of increased digitization are not just incremental, they are fundamental. And so please brace up for the changes and, because it's all about new learnings, new applications, and new ways to reach new consumers. Thank you, folks, for your time, and have a great 2023.
Thank you very much for a lovely keynote session. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World and E4M, to present a small token of appreciation to Mr. Atul Raja. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Moving on to our fourth keynote address of the day, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Sanjeev Handa, Senior Vice President and Head of PR and Communications, Maruti Suzuki Limited.
Thank you. Hope it's fine on the mic. At the back, people can hear me. Great. Thank you very much. And I must thank Karan. He is not in the room, though I don't see him, for giving me an opportunity to be here today with you all. It's my privilege to be speaking to you all on this seventh, or sorry, it's a fourth edition, I think, fourth edition of the Exchange for Media 40 Under 40. And after a great note that my friend Atul's just given to you on marketing and data sciences, it makes my task even more difficult to kind of keep you all engaged, especially when the note on the menu says that I'm just going to give a keynote address. So I was actually wondering yesterday as to what should I speak. And thank you, Atul. I'm going to borrow a few phrases that you had given. Create, curate, and cultivate is a good idea. I really take it back with me when I go ahead. So for today's theme, for the summit today, I'm actually looking at the topic which says Era of Millennials in the PR. How many millennials do I see in the stage here? I think by heart, including me, everyone. Oh, quite a few. Yes, we resonate. So I thought let's talk about the changing trends in communications in PR today for the millennials, keeping them in mind. So the past 2 extraordinary and challenging years that we've faced, we've transcended from a world where we are living in a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world, or simply known as a VUCA world to all. But the world, as we knew, is fast transitioning to a Barney world now, which is today very brittle, where people are more anxious, systems and processes are non-linear, and the situation on the ground is incomprehensible. What we therefore need to learn from this is to be resilient, attentive, adaptive, and transparent. So while on one side, as the world is changing, the customer, on the other hand, is fast learning and adapting to change. His needs and desires are also fast evolving. And so can our operations, which is marketing, advertising, PR, be unaffected? So let's talk about our millennial friends a little more, everyone. One of the most significant changes that we're currently seeing in our marketing and PR circles is the impact of the millennial generation, or the Gen Y generation, as we call them. Millennials, who are currently the largest percentage in the workforce, are shaping the digital face of communications in several ways. For one, they are the fast embracing new technologies and social media platforms, such as Instagram, Snapchat, and using them to connect with audiences in more authentic and engaging ways. This is leading to a shift away from the traditional one-way communication strategies and towards need to more interactive two-way conversations. I like to quote Simon Sinek, who said, in marketing is no longer about the stuff that you make, but about the stories you tell. The future of communications will therefore need to be driven towards carefully constructed and thoughtful content that engages readers and delivers information quickly and very concisely. Long features, clickbait articles, and paywalls may be shunned by future audience, and I would actually, this is exactly what Atul was mentioning in his converse a few minutes ago. Simply put, the PR industry will have to place more effort into creating frequent pieces of engaging content that will be driven out on online rather than through long case studies or feature-led articles in publications and dailies. To better understand the new generation's needs and wants and desires, we would need to embrace new technologies and formats. I'm sure none present here would disagree with me on that. Therefore, creating a system in which content is delivered digitally to masses and audiences will be the most effective way of promoting the reputation of brands. Primarily through blogging and supported with social media strategies, this will result in audiences being offered bite-sized, snackable content at the click of a button and will have a huge, huge impact. To corroborate, let me say, or rather share with you, how we are leveraging this communication at Maruti Suzuki. We recently celebrated our 40th anniversary, and I'm very happy and proud to say that in the last 4 decades, Maruti Suzuki has dedicated itself to put India on wheels and has led the change on the mobility revolution in India. Thank you. We have been constantly evolving ourselves to be relevant to our customers. We have been investing on non-traditional marketing initiatives and organizational capabilities that allow us to build relationship with these millennials. Our goal is to eventually cultivate a strong one-on-one or a small community-like connection with customers and consumers alike. We believe that this can be achieved through initiatives that include ground events, referral programs, testimonials, recognitions from influencers, customer advisory panels, social and media online community marketing, to name a few. We are using influencers as a part of our key marketing and PR strategy to reach the target audience and promote our brands with sponsored content. We collaborate with these influencers to create branded events and campaigns. The way we hold our stories, or we tell our stories over different decades, have been directly related to what our consumers then desired. Early generation customers desired value for money, affordability, efficiency, like kind of traits from their cars, and our communication then mirrored on these aspects. Our campaigns, I'm sure you would recall, Petrol Khatam Hi Nahi Honda was a very famous and great campaign of its time, to a Kitna Deti Hai, which followed a couple of years later. Rightly captured the pulse of the audience and reiterated the USPs that were aligned with the customers asked at that time. If you see the buyers of today, they've evolved. People today prioritize design, features, gizmos in their cars, and the way we market and communicate our products today highlights the same, as you can see it on the screen. Adding to the example, customers today are also preferring the whole buying experience. And talking about the whole buying experience, I'd like to share with you our premium retail channel, Nexa, is a prime example of that, and how a brand needs to innovate and go back to the drawing board to evolve in a right manner. I'm sure you all would know by now and would have had a chance to experience Nexa at some stage or the other. We started Nexa about 7 years ago. It has been built with an objective to offer customers new technology and pampering them with a global experience in retail cars. Today, under the Create Inspire philosophy of Nexa, we offer our customers 3 key experiential pillars of Nexa Music, Nexa Travel, and Nexa Journeys and Lifestyle. Apart from the great products, of course, which are the lineup at Nexa. Under Nexa Music, our purpose was to create new music that was original and inspiring, and hopefully creates India's next Grammy winner. Today, with season 2 and a separate stage at the recent Lollapalooza, I think that's the right way to pronounce it, or Lollapalooza event that happened in Bombay, we had a great show there. We had a nice stage among the other participants, and we can see the wave really forming from there. Nexa Journeys, we strive to create unique journeys that are adventurous and transformational. On the other hand, Nexa Lifestyle aims to create a new fashion lifestyle and is aspirational in nature as well. While all 3 of these work in tandem, we track and measure the success of all our campaigns in real time, which allows for more data-driven decision-making for the future. Today's audiences can see through authentic or disingenuous messaging. I feel millennials and most of us are therefore more likely to prioritize transparency and authenticity when it comes to them making brand choices. This has naturally led to an increased focus on listening and engagement in public relations. Instead of simply broadcasting messages, PR professionals are now working to actively listen to and engage with their audiences, which can lead to more meaningful and impactful communication of their brands and their stories. This includes utilizing customer feedback and reviews as well as monitoring social media conversations to understand what topics are resonating with these audiences. Furthermore, millennials are more socially conscious and they want to see companies and organizations taking a stand of important social and environmental issues. Again, a point which Atul had mentioned, and I'm re-pressing it here. They are more likely to support and align themselves with companies that support their values. This has led to an increased focus on corporate social responsibility and sustainability within the corporates and also the PR industry. In conclusion, the millennial generation is having a significant impact on the field of public relations, like for any other business vertical. They are driving a shift towards more interactive, data-driven, and socially conscious PR practices that prioritize transparency and authenticity. As PR professionals, it is important that we understand and adapt to these changes in order to effectively connect and engage with our audiences. By leveraging new technologies, focusing authenticity, and prioritizing social and environmental issues, we can create more meaningful and impactful communication that resonates with audiences. We shall therefore continue to witness integrated communications taking charge as the most important business function in almost all organizations and verticals. Through communication tools such as advertising, marketing, PR, social media, etc., you can provide clarity, consistency, and maximum communication impact. Using an integrated communication approach allows each tool to stand out and to reinforce the other because they work in synergy with a common goal. To some, we can clearly see the importance of PR in this whole communication ecosystem and how integral it is to have an integrated communications approach. At the end, now that I'm here, I'd like to leave you with a small message or a small phrase for your idea to consume. To have an aim in whatever you choose to do. You may be marketing professionals, PR professionals, communication specialists, but just have an aim in whatever you choose to do. Be proactive and agile to respond to the business challenges. Be innovative. Think out of the box. Think new and constantly think new. And above all, remain motivated and keep yourself and your team's morale high. I firmly believe that only a healthy and a motivated team can propel the organization ahead. I thank you for your time, for your patience to hear me out, and thank you for having me here today. Best wishes. Thank you. Yeah, sure.
Thank you for the crisp and on-point delivery. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Priyanka Bhaduria, Associate Director E4M, to present a small token of appreciation to Mr. Handa. Thank you very much. Well, with this, we quickly move on to the fifth keynote address of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Atul Ahluwalia, founding partner, First Partners.
Good afternoon. And, congratulations to the winners of 40 under 40 who are already here. I personally went through a lot of entries and we saw some great work here. Also, my topic is very similar to the gentleman who's just spoken before. So I hope I can be different and raise different points here. So even I'm talking about the era of millennials in PR. So I think everybody here in this room will essentially be a millennial because, you have to be between the age of 27 and 42. So I guess the topic is very relevant to the people here. But, as you go into, and you're also, I believe, sitting right in the middle. So you had Gen Y, where, you've taken certain values from there, and there's Gen Z, from which you're taking a whole lot of values. Now, with all of this, as you go into the next 20 to 25 years, which you have of your work experience, what are some of the challenges that I see that you need to address and certain trends that you need to stride on? So the first one that I'd like to talk about is the fact that India is finally shining. India today is a shining star. I think more than at any other point in time, we can be proud to be Indians today. I mean, just look at it. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the 5th biggest economy in the world. We are leading the G20 summit right now. We are the IT and pharma hub of the year, of the world. We also have all the leading CEOs of global companies, even prime ministers of countries are Indians. It is India's era today. And I think you are all very fortunate because you are at a time when India is going global. And I think the big task that I would expect from the millennials here is that you have to help Indian PR also go global in a very big way. It must mirror the advancements that India is making right now. Is the level and the standards of PR that we are practicing completely comparable to the ones in the world? How many of our campaigns are really, industry defining? How many make it to the top 40 campaigns in the world? I think there is a big way for the Indian PR industry to go. And I think this is a better time than any other time. If you're not able to capitalize this, it will be a big failing. So I basically would urge all of you to really work hard towards elevating Indian standards of PR. Also, I believe that, I don't necessarily agree about PR being a lot of media. I heard everybody, and I would agree that while media is very key to what we do, but I think it is time for us to elevate the function of PR itself. And I think that unless we don't walk 2 tracks besides the reputation building track, we must work very aggressively on helping our organizations and clients' business. Because unless you don't help business, you are never going to be a top-level function. We cannot remain a subsidiary function of marketing all our lives. We have to be a CXO function for which you have to play a more elevated role. It cannot be that when you need you need media, PR agency ko bula lo, or the PR person gets active. You have to be there, and believe you me, I think good strategic communication is absolutely critical for business success. And that is something that you have to prove. And that if that is something that you can prove to the senior management, then it will change the way PR is seen. I think your Gen Y has worked very hard to take PR from the whining and dining days to be taken more seriously. But I believe there's a bigger role to play, and I believe there's no better time than now. And especially for you to be even globally noticed for what you're doing. So I believe that's the first thing. The second one I believe everybody has talked about is about climate change. and the role that you need to play, because we all know that the climate calamity is already here. You know, we've seen extreme weather conditions. We've seen supply chains which have got disrupted. We've seen businesses getting impacted. I think this will be a major thing that millennials will have to also work very closely to see that they are becoming ambassadors of climate change. So I think that's really the second thing that I would urge the millennials to focus on. The third one, you know, is something that I've already mentioned, is to elevate the role of PR. Please do not restrict it to media. Please be part of important conversations and chatter that is happening in the country in Resurgent India. So at First Partners, we tell all our clients, you know, we have a 3X philosophy that besides, don't be blinkered about what your organization has to say. Also look at what are the other conversations that are happening around. What are some of the key chatter? What are some of the government's biggest priorities? Where do your clients have a major play in some of these priorities? And therefore, how can you do a more elevated kind of communication? How can your narrative be more elevated? We basically work at First Partners on 3 different kind of narratives. So one is the hard narrative, which we believe is all organizational news. So what is the organization doing? What is its vision, etc. But more critically, you have to have a more elevated track, which is more about nation building. You cannot in today's day and time only talk about your company. You have to talk about how are you influencing important developments that are happening in the country. And the third one is the soft part. I believe soft power has a lot of importance, and we many times undermine it. So, and there are different routes for you to go into. So soft power, you can use more supplements. Hard, you use more interviews. Halo, you use more of bylines and speakership opportunities. So I think we need to work on multiple tracks, but more important, we need to get into elevated conversation. And that is when PR is going to be taken more seriously. And I think you people have the onus of really taking the PR industry to the next level. And that is only going to happen if you get into more elevated conversations, into conversations which are important for the country and where your companies have a major play. And I think the next one, again, is something that we've all touched upon, is that, you know, for instance, my generation was more attuned to traditional media. Of course, we've tried to embrace digital as well, but I think you have to embrace far more technologies. You know, there's metaverse and many others, and really be on top of all of them so that, you know, because you're not lacking on that. That's very critical. And the last one, I believe, is talent. So if you really have to make a mark, if the Indian PR industry, so even our movies are making a mark. So, you know, we've all seen how RRR has done and stuff like that. How is Indian PR industry going to take global center stage? It can. The developments in your country is going to help you do that. It's only up to you now to up your ante and do that. But for that, you'll also need great support and great talent. Where is that talent going to come from? And you'll only be able to attract great talent if you do great work yourself. Unless you don't elevate what we as a PR industry are doing, we're doing a great job, but I believe that there's lots more to do. You will not be able to attract the best talent. So I think that's very critical, really, in our pursuit of taking PR to the next level. Having seen some of the entries at 40 under 40, I think they are great. So I know we are in safe hands. So I wish you all the best of luck, and we are all waiting. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. I would request you to come on stage once again and there's a small token of appreciation. Uh, I would request Mr. Karan Bhatia, if he's in the room, to come on stage. Okay, Ankit, sorry, my colleague Ankit Sharma, if he could come on stage, yeah, and hand over the token of appreciation to Mr. Ahluwalia. And we can have a big round of applause for this wonderful keynote. All right. Up next is, of course, the fireside chat, right? Of course, I am the one who's doing it. I would request Mr. Bansal to join us on stage. Mr. Rohit Bansal is the Head of Communications, Reliance Industries Limited. And we have a very interesting topic, seat on the high table. Is it true that PR has got up above notches in the power corridors of the corporate world? We'll discuss it. I'll request sir to be on stage while we'll put the arrangement here. We can just play some music in the meantime. Yes.
And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost towards the end of the summit and the beginning of the award ceremony. Up next is the fireside chat. The topic on hand is seat on the high table. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Rohit Bansal, Reliance Group, Head of Communications, Reliance Industries Limited. Welcome. And please welcome Mr. Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World and Exchange for Media.
Thank you, Mr. Ahluwalia. I was just talking to you, what you said, I'm going to, of course, refer to those points you touched upon, elevating the entire PR piece beyond media. So we have this discussion, Mr. Bansal, thank you so much for joining us. I'm a little intimidated because the topic is so serious, and I'm going to ask some candid questions, given the fact that at one point of time you you had the journalistic stint as well. So it will be a combination of questions. There's a perception in the outer world that PR has come out of the fringes to the center stage in the corporate ecosystem. Of course, we believe in it, and there is proof. As journalists, we see that we can't get a single quote unless we go through that filter. But being an insider, having that inside view, what is the real story like? Is it so easy to be at that center stage, at that seat of importance? What is it like inside? What's the inside story?
Hi. So I'm intimidated as well, because I think in your questions are some answers, but I'm also intimidated that there is no fireside here. There's no fire and the table is low. I think it is somewhat befitting the situation. There is a table, but it has to probably match up to the topic. What is it like? So I started, folks, in 1992 in the Times of India, and went on to have a career in Television 18, and then shifted gears to Hindi in Zee Business. I had the chance to start it. and then the Financial Express, where I was a resident editor of the Delhi edition. So the so-called other side is what occupied nearly 21 years of my career. And the last 9 are in my first job of public relations and media relations, which is the Reliance Industries. So you'll appreciate that you have to grudge me the problems of a first-timer. I'm still on my first PR job. But on a specific note, I never went through the PR when I was an editor or even a reporter. Those were easier days. You knew the landline number, often the principal private secretary of a secretary or a minister or a relevant CXO would pick up. And if you got past that person, typically, you would get through. And often I met the PR colleague when I was stepping out of the CEO's room or the relevant person's room. And then I would have a leisurely cup of tea and be escorted back. So those were very interesting days. And today, for better or for worse, there's a whole set of people journalists often go through. So there is the agency, there are corporate communications people in the field level and at the headquarters. And then if you are lucky, you get a message box, so to speak, while you speak to the CXO. There's also a disintermediation if you think about it, because nearly everybody is a WhatsApp message away. So you can actually reach the CXO without even the principal private secretary. So between the dilemma of disintermediation and the whole rack of message boxes is the job of us, the tribe of communicators. So if I put the context in some manner, you could shoot again, because when he did a little play act with me folks, he shot 6 straight Yorkers into the middle stump. So I will hopefully emerge unscathed with the remaining 5. But suffice to say that the disintermediation is for real. And omni-channel is what I will like the through line of this conversation to be. I think the Maruti leader has put it so well that it's very hard for us not to just take the sense of what you said, and of course what Atulji put rather beautifully. So I listened to these 2 keynotes very carefully. And my sense is that from this audience, if you can take their takeaways with you, you are set on that path to the high table, which at this stage is still what it is.
Right. It's interesting that you don't directly have a PR agency as such, I mean, for the RIL, but if you had to hire an agency I mean, if you have, what would you look at? What are the factors that you look at, before putting an agency in charge of a brand, What are those factors that big brands look at?
So, Rohil Saab, I think for context, RIL is all of 302 brands. So we have Reliance Industries Limited, then we have a wholly owned subsidiary like Jio, which is one of the world's largest ever startups, as we think sometimes, or forget sometimes. We have retail, and we have lots of relationships of different nature in each of these businesses and in Jio platforms, a whole rack of companies that.
Sorry, there's some noise coming on the side. Yeah, Shabasti, can we just? All right.
Thank you. So kind of you. So basically, we have quite a few brands. And when I mentioned 302, when I sent that list out, there were people who said, no, you have forgotten my brand. So the relationships and associations cannot be broad brushed into we have an agency or we don't have. Yes, Reliance Industries Limited at the corporate office level does not have an agency. But the others are pretty much,
So what is an ideal agent? What does the ideal agency look like? What are the qualities that make an agency suitable, to be hired for a big responsibility?
Okay, so I think it's just like what is required for any individual to be in the team. They have to show up. They have to be available at our kind of crazy hours, because the appreciation should be that we work across 24/7 geographies. So in a word, it's not possible to wait until 10:30 when you can address something that has happened. So certain things were said earlier on by one of the lady speakers in the afternoon session that how is it that I can respond immediately and crisis all the time. But here, crisis is an opportunity to differentiate ourselves. And when you're working across such a large set of companies, issues, and opportunities, the said agency has to stop thinking like an agency, but think like us, think like entrepreneurs, think like always more interested and engaged than probably a salaried person would be. And sometimes it's hard to find that sort of involvement. So we have developed, for better or for worse, the structure that we have. That at Reliance Industries, it's a lot of very senior skilled people who are, of a very different set of skills into the melting pot. And we have, in fact, a very senior person who is heading his own agency, but he works 24/7, 365 for us. So there is a hybrid approach, which is ultimately solution oriented. And the idea is the only, and execution, I think, are the flip sides of the coin.
So what Mr. Ahluwalia referred earlier was that we see PR in a very narrow way sometimes, which is all about media, that we need a media and we look at PR, but it has to have a broader function, of course, have an impact on business. Do you think are we at that inflection point where we are moving from just media to actually impact the business side of brands as well?
So to be honest, I don't know the difference, quite frankly, between media and business and brand custodianship and shareholder value. I think all of them are inextricably intertwined. And ultimately, you have to have stamina, as Atulji said. You have to have the ingenuity and be omni-channel. I think the Maruti leader mentioned how you have to be everywhere to engage with audiences in formats that are short, snackable, video, and all of it. But I would also add the value of a Harvard case study or a longer essay on the company. That isn't yet lost. A medium piece can be mutated into a lot of value for stakeholders at different levels of engagement with the company. And as regards dealing with journalists and media, yes, there is a proliferation. There are, the recent report of the short seller is a case in point that hardly anyone in this room here would have heard of that person a week back. And today there's hardly a person here who wouldn't have heard. So it is not possible, therefore, to undermine the importance of just about anybody in the intertwined world that we live in, and the WhatsApp economy that is growing bigger. And now we have ChatGPT. There are so many things that people will start believing the moment they type ChatGPT. What are the algorithms that are driving it is not my real expertise. But I think that the communication tribe that we are, we need to be well aware of some of these tools. We need to be constantly figuring out where we fit in as a company. And the brand custodianship is surely in the hands of the owner of the company or the leader of the company. And we are there as force multipliers. So I think we do have a seat on the high table coming to the topic on matters that the brand custodianship of the leader is concerned. But how much of the leader's time are we able to save? That is the value we bring on the table. Leaders pay us to save their time.
Right. So let me ask you a question. I want to bring in one audience question as well. So you said, people have to be deserving earlier in our conversation before they can talk about the seat at the high table. What is that deserving? What does it look like? What does it entail exactly?
Okay, so I'll address this only from the vantage point of those who are inside companies, those who are communication leaders here, and then the others can figure out what it means for them as well. I think it's fundamentally that you have to be like a CXO. You have to be like an entrepreneur. You have to see what specifically can be made from the molten clay that you have each morning or each evening. And then how do you deliver it to different audiences in a engaged and honest and yet understandable way is the role of the thing. And to stay hungry, stay foolish for forever. If you start thinking that yesterday's headline will stand you to good stead when you face the boss the next day, then you're mistaken. Every morning has to be a very special one, perhaps your first day on the job. So if you can maintain that sort of hunger in the belly, it helps.
So as a brand, what we have seen that brands often play on the back foot, they're always anxious, kuch hua to nahi hai, kind of an approach. While as you also spoke about pushing the narrative, brand narrative very often without, necessarily having a product lineup ready, just feeding stories, positive stories. Do you think our outlook of PR is more on the back foot, or we're anxiously driven by anxiety that something wrong might happen, so let's wait for something to come and then respond to it, rather than feeding stories, from the brand on a regular basis? Do you think that is a broader approach in today's PR?
Well, this anxiety isn't a bad thing. That's what propels us to wake up in the morning and live our entire day, work day in a fulfilled way. So it's okay. Some amount of anxiety, as long as it is backed with action, is okay. We are all adults here, so we don't want to party all the time. But suffice to say that there is a case that, for example, I mean, why don't we start with Maruti? Maruti, once when I was an editor and Mr. Bhargav was kind enough to come to my studio, I just asked him to talk about Ek Choti Gaadi Ki Lambi Kahani. And he just spoke about the longish journey of Maruti from a small boxy car, which everybody had written off, to Mrs. Gandhi's support, and then how the Suzuki technology came in. And we just wrote, plastered some visuals while he was speaking in his measured, very nice baritone. I think that sort of narration of your pride, and I interspersed it with just one question. Your batchmates and classmates, Mr. Bhargav, have become governors of states and cabinet secretaries. Would you have been there rather than here? And he said, every time I see a Maruti running on the road, I feel my life has been fulfilled. So I think the ability to grasp from a Bhargav Saab or a Mukesh Bhai, the kind of pride and national zeal that comes when you see a geophone being used somewhere in the inner recesses of this country, or 235 cities getting 5G as of yesterday. How to humanize it and how to make people feel that this is truly something that I didn't think about till yesterday, but now I know. That is the challenge. And therefore, sending out a statement or haranguing your favorite journalist and asking these tweet sort of farms to amplify, to my mind, is suboptimal. People do it, but I think it is important to understand the core of your company's offering to the world, to their social contract, and then humanize it with a case study in video, on social platforms that you build. Media comes on its own, as we discovered to our great delight in Viziki. Viziki, puts together, they claim, millions of digital stories in the whole year. And last 3 years, Reliance has been fortunate to be number one on their list by a mile. So I think there's something that happens when you are charisma in a leadership, your ability to take smaller parts of it, repurpose it with actual case studies, put it on social platforms, and sleep peacefully to start again next morning.
Okay, I don't think we have time for the audience question. Let me ask you a final question about, you've been a former journalist and I am a journalist, and when we deal with PRs, it is a very different, uneasy equation. They're chasing us for stories and we are chasing them for quotes. It's just become that. Can we add a layer of meaning to this equation? How will the PR journalist equation pan out from here on? What should be the ideal equation between the two?
So I became an extinguished editor before becoming a distinguished one. So I'm probably not the right person to answer this. But I think that Atulji put it rather well. Don't go when you really need the person, but engage as if you are aware of what's going on. So if I talk to the boss of an agency or a news agency, and I don't know what has happened in the budget beyond the frogs well that I live in, the person will have very little time for me. On the other hand, if I'm able to forward this person a few things which might have escaped their attention, not inundate the chat with some joke or some you stupid, these corny things, but genuinely be worried about 50 or 60 people whose articles mean the world to them, and give a discerning comment, or and not make it too public, but to essentially make them understand that here's this guy who's genuinely interested in their welfare and the way they write and values it, even if it is against the company that I represent. So in a word, if we in communication are kind of having a fiduciary responsibility also for the other side. We can't just be, I would say, flag-carrying members of our companies alone. We have to be an honest intermediary, and sorry for the cliche, but we have to be aware that that other person also has an accountability to someone else. So I would therefore start putting out stuff in the secular domain and not go into the trap of giving exclusives, because we piss off more people than we oblige if we go in for that exclusive. So I would say, bhai, ye sab hai, hum dal rahe hain, aap usko wahan dekh lena, and leave it there. And often then that image is better for me at least, rather than I play favorites and get into a mess in the longer term.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much, Mr. Bansal, for sharing your thoughts. We're out of time. I would have loved to take some questions, but thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you, Rohil sir. Thank you.
Could I please request you both to kindly come up front for a group picture, please? And also to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf, please welcome Mr. Karan Bhatia, Business Strategy Consultant, Exchange for Media. And ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the 40 Under 40 Summit and towards the beginning of the award ceremony.
Fourth edition of Exchange for Media will deliberate on the new generation of
So welcome to the second segment, the next segment of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Before we start, I must request everyone to fill this room with positive energy. And in order to do so, I must request you to clap as loud as you can. Come on, everybody. Clapping does certainly increase the blood circulation. Louder, come on. Perfect. Amazing. Welcome to the fourth edition of Exchange for Media, PR and Corp Comm 40 Under 40 Awards. The PR and the Corp Comm 40 Under 40 Awards are the most profound and respected initiative for the next generation leaders in the communication industry. Exchange for Media will honor those brightest professionals, entrepreneurs, game changers, and achievers of the industry under the age of 40 through these awards. This year, we have received over 130 nominations, out of which we selected the best 40 plus nominations. The judging process was very stringent and exhausting, I'm sure. And after screening over 110 entries, the best deserving candidates were selected. With the same, ladies and gentlemen, can we quickly take a look at the introduction AV?
to the fourth edition of Exchange for Media, PR and Corporate Communication 40 Under 40 Summit and Awards 2022. The 40 Under 40 Summit will deliberate on the new generation of PR and communication. Throughout the day, we will have a series of keynotes and panel discussions on the importance of digital advertising and marketing in PR, importance of PR in regional market, the next generation of PR professionals, skill development, and the way forward in the communication industry. The PR and Corp Comm 40 Under 40 Awards are the most profound and respected initiative for the next generation leaders in the communication industry. Exchange for Media will honor those brightest professionals, entrepreneurs, game changers, and achievers of the industry under the age 40 through these awards. This year, we have received over 130 nominations, out of which we selected the best 40+ nominations. The judging process was very stringent and exhausting, and after screening over 90 entries, the best deserving candidates were selected. The jury chair was chaired by Atul Ahluwalia, founding partner, First Partners, and Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media. The other members of the grand jury were Atipriya Sarawat, Vice President, Brand, Communication and Corporate Citizenship, FI Serve; Arpana Ahuja, Head, Corporate Communications and Brand, Shell India; Chavi Likha, Vice President, Corporate Communications and Brand Reputation, Indigo Airlines; Dimple Rai Surana Kapoor, Vice President and Head of Corporate Communications, Pernod Ricard India; Kinshuk Gupta, Senior Vice President and Head Corporate Communications, Airtel; Lavina Gujral, COO, Candor; Pradeep Vadva, Founder and Principal, Critical Edge; Pramuch Goyal, VP and Head Group Communication, Mahindra Rise; Rachna Panda, Country Group Head, Communication and Public Affairs, India, Bayer; Rishi Seth, Independent Consultant; Subramaniam M, Practice Lead, Technology, Hill and Knowlton Strategies; Trupti Vasudev, Director, Actimedia; Vivek Satyamitram, Director, Communications, Bobble AI; Varghese Thomas, Independent Consultant.
I had a great time being the co-jury chair for the Exchange for Media 40 Under 40. I think it's very heartening to see great talent which is coming out, which is going to take our industry forward in the future. What we were looking at as jury members were really participants who were showing out of the box work, because I think that after a decade or a decade and a half of work experience, you are looking at risk takers, people who are really pushing the envelope and doing cutting edge work. So I think that was really the primary criteria that we were looking at. We were also looking for great references, because we believe that PR is about other people talking well about your work and not about you yourself talking about it. So I think references and awards are very important. So big congratulations to everybody who's made it to this prestigious list. We all see big sparks in all of you, and we hope that you're able to build on this further as you go forward in your careers. And for people who didn't make it, you just need to work a little harder, and I'm sure you'll get success with time.
Thank you, Exchange for Media, for this honor to be part of the 40 Under 40 jury. I have to say I was in great company with my industry peers, and what an onerous task that we had. With the honor and privilege comes the responsibility. And I have to say the quality of the entries that we saw, what an amazing diverse talent that we have in the industry. It was amazing to see the kind of work that's being done by the people. If I was to look at how people could improve their entries, I just feel we are communicators, so our own storytelling needs to be better. And I think take pride in the entries that you send in so that it comes through, it shines through. And to all the winners out there, all I can say is go seize the world, pay it forward. And I'm so excited to have you as part of this industry and looking forward to growing the industry together with each one of you.
Hi, this is Subra from H&K Strategies. At first, I'd like to thank E4M for giving me the opportunity to be part of this jury for the 40 Under 40 awards. It was great to see more than 100 entries which came in from, which was a combination of people from the agency as well as corporate side. What was even nicer was meeting up with the jury, who are all experts in their field, and it was also nice to catch up with some old friends. What I would like to say about the entries itself is that while they were quite extensive, I think as PR practitioners, we should also consider our own entries, like how we would do for clients. That attention to detail and that much of research and stuff. So I found some of them a little wanting in that regard. But overall, it was a great experience. Thank you so much again. All the best to all the people who have won.
Hi, everyone. Reviewing and judging the Exchange for Media 40 Under 40 this year was the most rewarding and enjoyable experience. Congratulations to the winners and great effort by everyone else. I must say that these awards are a great opportunity for everyone to sit back, review their work, map their career goals, and plan for some really impactful work.
सबसे पहले तो मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूं तमाम लोगों को जिन्हें आज ये अवार्ड मिलने जा रहा है। साथ ही मैं एक्सचेंज फॉर मीडिया ग्रुप, डॉक्टर अनुराग बत्रा और करण भाटिया को भी बधाई देना चाहूंगा कि उन्होंने इतना शानदार प्लेटफॉर्म बिल्ड किया जहां पे पीआर और कॉर्पोरेट कम्युनिकेशन इंडस्ट्री के यंग और डायनामिक प्रोफेशनल्स को अपना हुनर, अपना काम दिखाने और जाहिर करने का मौका मिल रहा है। निश्चित तौर पे आप इस अवार्ड के काबिल हैं, हकदार हैं, और आप जितना उम्दा और बेहतरीन काम कर रहे हैं उसे देखकर ऐसा लगता है कि आने वाले समय में कॉर्पोरेट कम्युनिकेशन या पीआर की जो बागडोर है वो बिल्कुल सही हाथों में है। आप जिस तरह से डिजिटल रेवोल्यूशन के बाद आई चुनौतियों से लड़ रहे हैं, खुद को तैयार कर रहे हैं, वो देखना निश्चित तौर पे बहुत ही इंस्पायरिंग रहा मेरे लिए एक जूरी मेंबर के तौर पे। और मैंने ये भी महसूस किया कि अगर एक्सचेंज फॉर मीडिया जैसा प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं होता तो कितने सारे काबिल लोगों को कोई मंच नहीं मिल पाता जहां वो बता सकते थे, जाहिर कर सकते थे कि वो क्या कुछ नया कर रहे हैं। तो मुझे बहुत ही मजा आया, बहुत कुछ सीखने समझने को मिला, और मैं ये देखकर मुझे खुशी हुई कि जो नई पीढ़ी है, जो यंग जनरेशन है, वो कहीं ज्यादा इनोवेटिव है, कहीं ज्यादा उसके अंदर लड़ने की क्षमता है और नेतृत्व करने की क्षमता है।
Exchange for Media thanks the jury and congratulates all the winners.
Thank you. Well, no event is possible without the support of their partners. So we'd like to take this opportunity to thank our partners for their unconditional support. Let's give it up for our presenting partner, Ad Factors PR, knowledge-driven communication. Powered by Hill and Knowlton Strategies, Kaizen, and Kanda Communication. Let's give it up for our gold partners, Concept BIU, ATDB, and Godrej. Ladies and gentlemen, to give an official kickstart to this award ceremony, Please welcome on stage Mr. Karan Bhatia, Business Strategy Consultant, to deliver the inaugural address.
Thank you, Sahibjeet. So, mostly it has been addressed by Dr. Batra early in the morning, and she had already introduced about the whole procedure and process which was followed for the selection. So we are already running 30 minutes late, so I don't want to take too much of the time. It's just that this has been the vision of Exchange for Media Group for last 17 years in the field of PR. And the award, essentially the 40 under 40, was conceptualized and started in 2019. This is the 4th edition. Each year we try to bring the young leaders, the stalwarts, the future leaders, I would say, from the PR and communication industry. And most of them have gone to different places, and it also makes us feel proud that most of them had been lauded and honored at our platform. So without taking much and discussing more at length, I would like to thank everyone for coming here, and also congratulations to all the winners. Now over to you, Sahibji.
Quick like the stallion. Thank you, Mr. Bhatia. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the award ceremony. I must request all the awardees to kindly enter the stage from the stairs in the center, collect their awards, pose for a happy picture, close-up smile, and exit the stage from the stairs on the right side. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we shall begin with the award ceremony. To present the first set of awards, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Atul Ahluwalia, Mr. Sanjeev Handa, Mr. Atul Raj, Ms. Gehna Sani, and Mr. Rishi Seth. My sincerest apologies, ladies and gentlemen, for the delay, but we must wait for our other presenters to join in before we can start with it. Well, we do have a very unique way of unveiling the name of the awardees. We do have a very unique way, and that is by displaying the name of the winner on the screen. So I must request all our presenters to be on either side of the stage. So ladies and gentlemen, are we ready? भाई तालियों के साथ शुरुआत करनी चाहिए. This is a celebration. Perfect. And quickly taking a look at the name of the winner.
And the award goes to Ashima Malik, Rudafin PR India Private Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Ashima Malik, Senior Account Director from Rudafin PR India Private Limited. Heartiest congratulations to Ms. Malik. Thank you very much. Thank you. And quickly moving on to the next winner, and the next winner is
And the award goes to Anand Prakash, Ad Factors PR Private Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Anand Prakash, Senior Group Head at Factors PR Private Limited. With the same, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Rishi Seth to present this lot of awards with a round of applause. And the next winner is
And the award goes to Anika Vadva, ATTB Communications.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Anika Vadwa, Account Director, ATTB Communications. I must request all our presenters to kindly join in for the picture. I understand that this is a moment of celebration, so I must request all our presenters to join in. Perfect. Well, if not for 40 under 40, I believe most of the people in this room must have had the chance to come on the stage. How would you feel if people would not participate, if they wouldn't clap for you when you're celebrating the most important thing in your life? That's better. Quickly taking a look at the next winner, and the winner is...
And the award goes to Ankita Juneja, Rudafin India Private Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Miss Ankita Juneja, Account Director, Rudafin India Private Limited. Thank you very much. Heartiest congratulations, Ms. Juneja. And the next winner is...
And the award goes to Karishma Sen, Good Word Media Services Private Limited.
Let's give it up for Karishma Sen, Chief Executive Officer, Good Word Media Services Private Limited. Heartiest congratulations, Ms. Sain. Ladies and gentlemen, the next winner is...
And the award goes to Purva Pandey, IFF.
Let's give it up for Ms. Apurva Pandey, Regional Communications Specialist, Africa, Middle East and Turkey and Indian Subcontinent, IFF. Heartiest congratulations, Ms. Pandey. And the next winner is...
And the award goes to Arushi Avasthi, Innovasa.
Let's give it up for Ms. Arushi Avasthi, Associate Director, Brand and Communications, Innovaca. Heartiest congratulations to you, Ms. Avasthi. Quickly moving on to the next winner, and the winner is...
And the award goes to Bistriti Poddar, Convergence IT Services Private Limited, Unova HRMS.
Please welcome Ms. Bistriti Poddar, Chief Communications Officer, Convergence IT Services Private Limited. Congratulations. And the next winner is
And the award goes to Damini Bindra, Hill and Knowlton Strategies.
Arias, congratulations, and let's give it up for Team Hill and Knowlton Strategies. Thank you very much, Harius. Congratulations. And the next award in this category goes to.
And the award goes to Daniel Gracias, SPAG Asia, a Fin Partners company.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Daniel Gracias, Associate Vice President, SPAG Asia, a Fin Partners company. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, presenters. Thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause for our presenters, please. And before I move on to the next slot of awards, ladies and gentlemen, the man of the hour has joined us. I must request him to kindly join us on the stage and welcome the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Dr. Anurag Batra. All right. We shall invite our presenters for the next slot of awards. Please welcome Miss Ayushi Arora. With a round of applause, perhaps. Thank you. Thank you, people at the back. We'll use Instagram later. In case you're using social media accounts, ladies and gentlemen, please do not forget to use the hashtags. Please welcome Miss Lavina Gujral, Mr. Vivek Satya Mitram. And let's give it up for Mr. Varghese Thomas. And with the same, ladies and gentlemen, the winner is
And the award goes to Neha Gupta, Value 360 Communications.
Please give it up for Neha Gupta, Group Account Director, Value 360 Communications. Arias, congratulations. Thank you very much. And the winner is
And the award goes to Divyata Kalhans, Ad Factors PR.
Please give it up for Divyata Kalansa, Senior Account Director at Factors PR. Thank you, one person. Thank you so very much. Congratulations. Let's quickly take a look at the next winner's name.
And the award goes to Farheen Fatma, Consortia Advisory Private Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Ms. Farheen Fatma, Associate Director, Crisis and Reputation Management, Consortia Advisory Private Limited. Heartiest congratulations. Thank you very much. I must request our presenters to kindly stay in the center of the stage for the picture so that we capture the essence of the setting. And the next winner is...
And the award goes to Girisha Chauhan, ATDB Communications Private Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Girisha Chauhan, Account Director, ATDB Communications Private Limited. A louder round of applause for each and every winner, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. And the next winner is...
And the award goes to Hita Parekh, Silver Spun Brand Solution.
Let's welcome Ms. Hita Parekh, Founder and CEO, Silver Spun Brand Solution. And the next winner is...
And the award goes to Naina Jha, Grey Matters Communications and Consulting Private Limited.
Please give it up for Ms. Naina, Associate Director from Grey Matters Communications and Consulting Private Limited. Heartiest congratulations. And the next winner is...
And the award goes to Namrata Pant, AkzoNobel India Limited.
Please give it up for Ms. Namrata Pant, Communications Manager, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, and AkzoNobel, on behalf of AkzoNobel India Limited. Thank you. The next winner is...
And the award goes to Neha K. Bisht, Blue Buzz.
Please give it up for Ms. Neha K. Bisht, Founder and CEO, Blue Buzz. Well, I believe she's not here with us. Nonetheless, heartiest congratulations to her. Quickly moving on to the next winner. And the winner is...
And the award goes to Nikita Nanda, Ad Factors PR.
Please give it up for Ms. Nikita Nanda, Vice President at Factors PR. Heartiest congratulations to you, Ms. Nanda. And the next winner is...
And the award goes to Parag Durke, Global Communications Private Limited.
Please put your hands together for Mr. Parag Durge, Director, Global Communications Private Limited. Heartiest congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you, presenters. Thank you very much. You may kindly be seated. Thank you. A louder round of applause for our presenters. And to present the next set of awards, please welcome on stage Mr. Pradeep Vadwa, Mr. Asim Sood, Dr. Navneet Anand, Mr. Rohit Bansal, Ms. Trapti Vasudev, and Kiran Ray Chaudhary. And also, ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute delight to welcome on stage to present these awards Dr. K.C. Ravi, Chief Sustainability Officer, Syngenta India Private Limited. And quickly to the name of the winner, and the winner is...
And the award goes to Ravi Kumar, Max Life Insurance.
Please give it up for Mr. Ravi Kumar, Vice President, Corporate Communications, Max Life Insurance. Ladies and gentlemen, अगर आप एक हाथ से मोबाइल यूज कर रहे हैं तो you can use the other hand to bang the table. A louder round of applause for all our winners. Thank you. What a lovely audience. Congratulations, Mr. Kumar. And the next winner is...
The award goes to And the award goes to Rishu Singh, Fortis Healthcare Limited.
Please welcome Miss Rishu Singh from Fortis Healthcare Limited. A big shout out to the lovely audience out there, ladies and gentlemen. Last few awards for the day are left. I must request everyone to offer their loudest cheer. Congratulations, Ms. Singh. And the next winner is...
And the award goes to Saurabh Bell, Candor Communications Private Limited.
Please give it up for Mr. Saurabh Bahel, Leadership Team, Candor Communications Private Limited. And the next winner is...
And the award goes to Shikha Arora, Baxter India Private Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ms. Shikha Arora, Corporate Communications Lead, Senior Manager, Baxter India Private Limited. And in case you're posting about the event across any of your social media platforms, please do not forget to use the hashtags. Congratulations. And the next winner is...
And the award goes to Shubham Sharma, 4Base Care Onco Solutions Private Limited.
Heartiest congratulations to Mr. Shubham Sharma, Head of Marketing and Public Relations at 4Base Care Onco Solutions Private Limited. You're my favorite. Thank you. And the next winner is
And the award goes to Tehseen Zaidi, Syngenta India Private
Please
Limited.
give it up for Tehseen Zaidi, Head Communications Syngenta India Private Limited. Arias, congratulations. And the next winner is...
And the award goes to Zahir Chauhan, Concept PR.
Let's give it up for Mr. Zahir Chauhan, Account Director, Concept PR. Audience, congratulations, Mr. Chauhan. And the next winner is...
And the award goes to Yamini Singh, Think Strawberries.
Please put your hands together for Yamini Singh, Vice President, PR and Media. Think Strawberries. Well, I'm certainly thinking about them. And with the same, ladies and gentlemen, the next winner is...
And the award goes to Juhi Hingorani, Audi India.
Please welcome Ms. Juhi Hingorani from Audi, India. Congratulations. And the next winner is...
And the award goes to Pallavi Ramesh, Lionsgate India LLP.
Well, heartiest congratulations to her. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it to the ceremony, but all the very best. And the next winner is...
Shalpara, Actimedia Private Limited.
Please put your hands together for Ms. Nitika Ashupara, Assistant Director, Actimedia Private Limited. Louder, ladies at the back, louder, come on. That's what I'm talking about. And the next winner is...
And the award goes to Aarti Yadav, Tata Consumer Products.
Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, some of our awardees couldn't join us tonight due to some unfortunate incidents, but we shall mention their names in order for the lovely audience to give them a round of applause, right? And the next winner is...
And the award goes to Deepak Kapoor, Godrej Industries Limited and Associate Companies.
Adios, congratulations. And the next winner is...
And the award goes to Hita Gujjar, Phone Pay.
Well, just because they are not here does not mean that they cannot be celebrated. And the next winner is...
And the award goes to Hitha Gujjar, Phone Pay.
Heartiest congratulations to Team PhonePe. And the next winner is... You've been a lovely audience up until now. Why don't you join in and make it better?
Mahua Mandal, Poonawalla FinCorp Limited.
Congratulations to Team Poonawalla FinCorp Limited. The next winner is...
And the award goes to Priyanka Bhatt, Equations PR and Media.
Congratulations to Equations PR and Media. And the next winner is...
And the award goes to Riddhi Vyas, Vodafone Idea Limited.
Congratulations to Vodafone Idea Limited team. The next winner, ladies and gentlemen, is...
And the award goes to Shri Das, An Academy.
Congratulations to Team An Academy. And the next winner is...
And
Let's
the
change
award
the
goes
pace.
to Astha Khurana.
Let's give it up for Miss Asta Kurana, Associate Account Director, Allison Partners. Heartiest congratulations. This brings us to quite the end of the award ceremony. Last few names, unfortunately, these awardees are not here with us, but I must request our presenters to be here on the stage, just in case somebody from their team is here to collect the award. The next winner is...
And the award goes to Jolenta D'Souza, Sony Pictures Networks India.
Congratulations to Team Sony Pictures Networks India. The next winner is...
And the award goes to Lipika Kapil, QMath Private Limited.
Congratulations to Team QMath Private Limited. Quickly on to the next one.
And the award goes to Manali Pilankar, JM Financial.
Heartiest congratulations. And the next winner is...
And the award goes to Ravi Teja Sharma, Samsung.
And that's that for 40 under 40. Thank you very much, presenters. You may kindly be seated now. Thank you. I must offer my heartiest congratulations to all the winners for the category of 40 under 40. Unbelievable, amazing. With the same, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for a quick tea coffee break. Enjoy yourselves and join me back for the crazy gala section of the evening. Thank you very much. Towards the hallway.